Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome along to another beautiful day. It is race day, Saturday into Sunday, as far as the 53rd running of the ADAC RAVENOL 24H. But before that, our now traditional start to race day morning is the race that we get up early for, even with the long day through night and back in today to come. The ADAC 24H Classic event, which is just rolling off on its formation lap now. Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhaugh, we've just been sitting having breakfast as the cars were coming to the grid, and frankly we could barely tear ourselves away from watching out of the window, Peter. We had to hustle on round to the broadcast booth here right on the start-finish line. The variety and the numbers of cars in this race, it seems it just gets better every time we watch it.
This race alone is worth the price of admission to this weekend. No matter what your flavour is, you know, we're all motoring enthusiasts here, but this race that we're about to cover, about to follow, is kind of a celebration of the motor car and the adoration that still exists. A lot of people say, oh well, we're going electric, we're, you know, the car enthusiasts are, it's all doom and gloom. Nah, when you see over 200 crews, people, drivers who take these amazing machines, prepare them for the ultimate challenge, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, for a long race too, 2 hours and 40 minutes, that tells you everything you need to know about the passion that exists for the motor car and for motorsport, and the amount of people already packed out around the circuit to watch this this classic event tells you everything you need to know. It's the perfect amuse-bouche for Nürburgring 24-hour race day.
And the crowds were queuing to come in this morning as we cruised up in comfort and style in the Range Rover. It was a beautiful morning coming in through the Eifel countryside. There's a tiny little bit more cloud cover than we've seen over the last few days, Peter, but I think these old cars in particular, older cars, because they go up, I can't think of some of these as old cars actually, they go up to what, the mid-1990s really, and they will, I think, be appreciating the slightly cooler temperatures, particularly the oil and air-cooled Porsches, of which there are legion. What would you like, 964, sir? Yes, 964 RS. Oh, yes, of course. 935s, a go.
The one car that I draw my eye to is the 935 K1 of Daniel Schrey, which is a Porsche Kramer machine built for the 1976 season, turbocharged, of course, and that was an independent effort up against the factory, driven by some of the true legends of motorsport, Bob Wallach, Derek Bell, etc. They all drove Hans Heyer, whose son Kenny is racing in the big race later on. So I'm really interested to see how that one gets on.
Now, if you're not a Porsche enthusiast, or perhaps you prefer your German automobiles more in the touring or saloon car categories, the BMW 3 Series, and particularly the M3, we've got them all. Every single one that could fit in here is here in terms of the various versions of it. A couple of that sort of custardy, vanilla custard colour going side by, or line astern there, down through the Goodyear hairpin at the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit. That was a very popular colour in period. And I drove one of those for a photo shoot for our local paper, the Sunderland Echo, when we were coming down to Le Mans. Loaned it by the Mill Garage Group, and had a blue one as well for a wee while. But if you prefer the earlier ones, what would your BMW 3 of choice be? I saw a couple of nice Evo M3s going through with the almost Quattro-esque arches, if I dare say that, on a BMW.
I do like the E36 Evo M3, which is very, very nice, proportioned car. I'd say I don't think we have any in this race. I think they're slightly too new at the moment, but they will be in the race in a few years' time. Is the E46? I love the E46 M3, and that would be my favourite. But again, if more of something that's probably more familiar to a rally stage is more your thing. We've got a Renault 5 Turbo as well.
Is that a Maxi?
Big wide,
it's got the big arches at the back. Lots of Fords as well, Escorts and Capris, but also plenty of cars wearing the Cadet GTE coupes. We even saw an Opel Monza evoking for me the memories of Bertie Fisher in various Irish rallies in that huge two-door coupe, Vauxhall Royale I think it was called as well. Here's the third group going off. I mean, any one of these groups, Peter, we would be absolutely delighted to have as a race in any classic meeting anywhere in the world. Mark 1 Escort there going through. Alpha GTV, oh my goodness. The green Capri, the dark green Capri Mark 1 with the bubble arches rather than the Group 5 style arches, and the small oblong headlamps is absolutely lovely. And I seem to remember that car went quite well here last year. Nice tartan green 911 going through there, looking pretty standard. 914.
Porsche 914, yeah, in the Valent colours, the world's fastest boilers, which were a big sponsor of the Kramer team for many years. Those mint green and striped colours, absolutely instantly recognisable. A few cars running the Martini stripes as well, which graced Porsches, works Porsches for most of the 1970s. Always familiar out there. In fact, one of the heirs of the Martini and Rossi family was racing here in the Classic last week, Manfredo Rossi de Montelera. So there's, I mean, just variety, whatever your flavour is here, it's we've got it in this ADAC 24-hour Classic. 3 starting groups full of exotica. Alpine A110 as well, as which looks absolutely tiny even compared to some relatively small cars. Really cool. Also Eve Scher, the better half of Frank Stippler, 3-time winner of the Nürburgring 24. She's out in her BMW 2002 with the Ravenol colours, which looks a little bit like a blue and white Tunnings tea cake.
Good morning then, and welcome along to the ADAC Classic for the 24 hours. We're on the formation lap with the third group having rolled away, and already a problem for one of those BMW M3s in that sort of vanilla custard colour. This is an E36 coupe actually. It's the Tishner family outing, the number 550. And also one of the Ford Escorts as well. I think that's the 242, the silver and dark blue car. That's just coming up beyond Flugplatz, almost in the orange overlap. This is the RS2000 Mark 1 with Gerard Müller behind the wheel of this car. And that has been polished to within an inch of its life. Gerard is staying behind the wheel of that car, maybe hoping for a little push. But that car, I'm afraid, is going no further at the moment. So the good news is that this formation lap is long, and therefore there will be a chance for our early rising marshals and track services teams to move those 2 cars. Now, bear in mind, it is not yet 9 o'clock in the morning. It is just coming up to 20 minutes before 9 Central European summertime, and the grandstand at the Mercedes-Benz Arena is absolutely packed. There were queues of spectators waiting to come in this morning, and a little bit of a traffic jam on the road, which the volunteers were dealing with very well indeed. So we're still some way away from getting this one started. Looking for another lovely day here in the Eifel. with the race moved back later than normal. It was the summer solstice at just after 4 o'clock. It was 4:18 this morning. It was the official time of the summer solstice, which made last night the shortest night in terms of sunset to sunrise. We benefit from that, of course, this evening as well in the main ADAC RAVENOL race, with something under 8 hours between the sun dropping below the horizon and then reappearing again on Sunday morning.
So the cars making their way down the third group now onto the Hatson back for the long run around this 25-kilometre circuit. The qualifying pole time set by Kevin Estre and the Manthey Racing Porsche yesterday was an 8:12. We probably won't see lap times like that, but you will be surprised how strong the cars from the mid to late 1970s, at the front of the field, the RSRs and the 935s, you will be amazed actually the lap time they can produce still, even after so many years. Shows you how impressive they were in period. They've got, well, one thing I can tell you is a Porsche 935 has a lot more power than a 911 GT3 R does. 650 horsepower even in the very first generation.
Yes, it's got a lot smaller contact patch though, I would think,
yes,
in terms of its tyre size. My favourite green Capri going through again there. This is right up my alley. Couple of nice GTV Alphas there. No, that was a VW Golf. Sorry, a VW Polo Mark 1 being followed by an Audi 50. An Audi 50 Cup car. Now, we never got the Audi 50 in the UK. It was the four-ringed version of that original VW Polo, and they did have a single manufacturer championship for it. I didn't know that until we first came here back in 2007 and saw these cars going out and went and did some research on it. At one stage, we had 5 of the about 25 or 30, I think, that were built in the entirety of a relatively short-lived series, and spoke to a couple of the owners who told me that they were original cars. They hadn't been built on a road car.
So the Greisman family, then their ex-Manthey, or certainly Manthey liveried machine, the Porsche Carrera RSR with 934.5 bodywork on it, with the Martini liveried machine right behind them. They were really fast last year, but Ralph Schall back again this year in the Mercedes 2.5 Cosworth. Black, he's going to be driving solo again, so 2 hours and 40 minutes for him.
That was the car that was flashing its headlights at the marshals there. Nice to see all of the drivers giving the marshals a bit of respect as they go through. That Mercedes, absolutely a picture. Black in colour with the non-period bright yellow markings on the side, but my goodness me, that's a good looking car. Warsteiner BMW going through as well, and some fairly standard 993s towards the front. I think there's a 993 Cup car in there, isn't there, that's quite well up the field.
Certainly plenty 964s anyway, that's for sure. Also watch out for Rob Huff in the yellow 964 RSR, which he very, very nearly won the race in last year. It was a really exciting encounter, mixed conditions, drying track, and really, really interesting to follow.
Well, that might have been it. You might have been right. I think that one in the shell colours is a 964 Cup car. Amazing to think that the Carrera Cup has been going for so long, and that some of the early cars now are treated as classics and worth actually quite a lot of money, and has a connection to this area of the world because Olaf Manthey won the first Carrera Cup. The first race was at Imola, supporting Grand Prix, and Porsche have done that pretty much all the way through down the years with Super Cup now, of course, and Carrera Cup has become a global formula effectively, and has really brought through some talent. Group 5 BMW going through there with the big box arches. Had to have the original silhouette of the donor car underneath that, so when you see them from behind, the BMWs and the Porsches of that era, you can see the original lines of the car underneath. Just to let you know, by the way, that that Ford Escort was under tow even as the rest of the field was going through, so that car will be back in the pit shortly, and if they can get that going, they might even be able to join on at the back of the field. Incredible array of cars. I mean, this is the way to come and race the Nürburgring Nordschleife, isn't it? 2 hours and 40 minutes, and then get yourself up into hospitality and chill out watching the 24-hour race.
It's a good way to do it. Yeah, good way to do it, and to do it in something like, well, really anything in this field. There's something for everybody.
Little front-wheel drive Astras.
I'd love to be in one of the 935s. I just think that'd be such a special thing to do. I mean, the 935 when it was new. Manfred Schurte in the qualifying for the Nürburgring 1000 kilometers was on pole by over 20 seconds from the Kramer 935, K1 at the time, and miles ahead of anybody else. In fact, when Manfred got back to the pits, Norbert Singer thought that he'd taken a shortcut and cheated, but it was just, that was how fast it was, that was how much of a step on it was, and really dominated the Group 5 category that year.
I have to say, you're braver than me. I'd be very happy in one of those Audi 50 Cup cars. I think that's about my pace around here. Little front wheel drive, built as a race car.
It's probably my pace too, but one can dream.
Well, yes, I mean, if you're going to have a ridiculous dream on a Saturday morning, you might as well dream big. That's a fair point, mate. Yeah, you've changed my mind. I just think there must be such a handful round here. The circuit hasn't changed that much, although it's a lot smoother than it used to be. One or two of the bumps and the rises have been mitigated just a little bit. And
tyres have moved on a huge amount too, because, you know, they did when the 935 came out, or when they were developing it, they had a tyre shootout. So Michelin and Pirelli came with radial tyres, and Goodyear and Goodyear and Dunlop came with cross plies, and the cross plies were quicker at that time. That was because the radials were in their early days, so the early 935s had cross plies. So compare a cross ply tyre of 1976 to what you can get for historic racing cars now. Yeah, different story.
What a sight in the relatively early morning sunshine then, with, well, we don't have enough screens to get the whole field on, let me put it that way. We lost a few in the practice and qualifying sessions, but we've still got getting on for 200 cars here, which in the big scheme of things on this circuit, it doesn't sound a lot, but that's still a lot of traffic. There's the Group A Volvo just weaving left and right through underneath the bridge, the Bilstein Bridge, and this is the opening group. Then Hoving interview through Tiergarten. We really need to have a classic safety car to bring them round, don't we? Because as much as I like the Cupra Formentor, it does look slightly incongruous in the front of that field. You need a man with a mid-70s Ford Capri where the back's been cut off to make it look like a pickup truck with the flag on the back of it. Now, what's caught your eye there, Peter?
Just a little bit of smoke coming out the back of the green Greisman RSR. Hopefully nothing untoward there.
Overfilled it, probably.
Maybe.
Just in case. It is the Saturday of the big race. And we are green light, green flag, and racing in the ADAC Classic at the 24 hours. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Porsches across the road, and the one that looks the most standard comes down the inside and into the lead. Still got the big rear wing though. Remember, it's the shorter version of that first corner, and there must be 8 or 10 Porsches at the front of the field. Then the BMWs coming through, the 2 Warsteiner orange cars right in the midfield there. But that's a very good start indeed from that 964, coming from a couple of 3 rows back. That's the 487 machine.
Yeah, Jürgen Rudolph in the Porsche 964, the Strala Autosport machine that ran very well last year. Could have won the race last year, but had a seized wheel in the pit stop. They just could not get it off, but really rocking away. But not a good start for the Greisman car. They just, as soon as the light went green, car didn't accelerate and was swamped, but is back going again, down to, I would say that's about 8th or 9th, John, that the Greisman 9th Carrera RSR is down to now.
Scored at 7th on the first of the timing points, just ahead of the Charles BMW, the Cosworth engined 190E. Keep an eye on that 516 car. Is he doing it on his own again this year?
Yeah.
Do we know? Right.
Yeah, Ralph Schall, he's won it on a few occasions. This ADAC 24-hour classic. Oh, yeah, it's physical. 2 hours 40 minutes in a car like that he'll be tired.
Second group coming in. Now this is more of the BMWs at the front, although there is an Opel Kadett GTE Coupe in there. In fact, there's a couple, because the orange one at the front of this grid, and there's a black one about 4 or 5 rows back, I think. Coming to the line, headlights ablaze, they get their own green flag, and all of a sudden, again, it's 5 or 6 cars abreast. The BMW that was on pole for this category goes through and down into the first corner. But it's one of the custard yellow cars that comes through. That's the Tischner car that we were looking at earlier on, when the E36 is going very, very wide indeed through the first set of S's. That is a lot of BMWs in there. Front-wheel drive Astra Kadett there in the works colours, very reminiscent of John Cleland. Oh, in the 95 British Touring Car Championship, 2 BMWs coming together of absolutely the same era.
Oh dear, yeah, 2 E30 M3s, unfortunately, but one, the green car spinning around, and the other machine not able to avoid it, and that might be their race over without even getting onto the Nordschleife. So this is the thing when you have so many cars as well, it is those first few laps are really quite arduous. Oh no, that's the number 582 that was the car that spun. 582 is the BMW E30 of Jürgen Huber and Simon Sagmeister.
Right, who ran into them? That was this 569, Peter, which is
yeah, Oliver Tiedemann and Julien Gusti, unfortunately, in their E30 325i.
I think that's tyre rubbing from the incident. Just goes to prove. Yeah, it is. It's the wheel arch that's been pushed in. Now, a pry bar on that. Oh, no, I'll take it back. I am by no means an expert on E30 suspension setup, but the left rear wheel, I'm afraid, is not at the approved camber angle there.
No, that could be day done, unfortunately, early on. That's such a shame. There's so much preparation that goes in, and this is the big highlight of the year. Yeah. Although we did get an announcement this week that we're going to have a 4-round NLS Classic series, which is fantastic. So it means that it's not just this one race a year. You can compete all year on the Nordschleife, much like the contemporary cars do. And
Peter and I's hands went up immediately. If there's going to be coverage of that, we are desperate to be involved. So there we are. Then we've got everybody. No, we haven't. But wait, there's more. This is like overnight advertorial television, isn't it? Because if you order now, you do get another group of Porsches, BMWs, Fords, Alphas, and more. And it's not costing you $4.99 a month either.
No, all free.
All free. Another GTV in the middle of that group of cars. The green Capri that we talked about earlier on, a couple of 1602s and 2 002s. Dave Monks will be salivating. The Polo Cup car and the Audi 50 Cup cars coming through as well. Much older Opel in that sort of burnt orange colour that was so beloved of that sort of era.
there's also the Scottish Porsche 911, the Hillman Imp, which is in there in car number 16 is in there somewhere.
Dark,
in the
very, very dark blue and very, very shiny. So Hyundai to bring these cars to the line. Once again, 2 Porsches at the front, but watch out for that Ford Escort about 3 rows back on the outside. The silver and black car with the orange bib spoiler. That's a quick starting car, as is the bright red Alpha GTV. Then the 914, the original road-going mid-engine Porsche. I suppose you could say that was the father of the Boxster. Very much the
904 was the first one.
Well, yes.
Oh, well, actually, no. Even then, you could say the 550 was mid-engine.
Yes, true, but not series production.
Yeah, series production. Yes.
Yeah. Red lights on for the final group. Wait for the green flag. There it is. The green lights are on, and the Porsches break away. But the Escort goes down the inside straight away. The Alpha caught a little bit there, and is going to be eaten up by the 914, I think. Astra down the inside. In fact, actually, that's a Renault 5, excuse me. Front-wheel drive Renault 5. 924s and 944s, the transaxle cars as well in here. There's a lovely Carrera GT 944 in the field. It had problems in practice and qualifying. I do hope that car's got out. The tiny wee Alpine that looks like a pedal car, even among these small cars.
Yeah, it's very, very diminutive. That's why it was such a good rally car in period, the Alpine A110. Yeah, and Jean-Pierre Nicolas used to compete with that. In fact, he actually let Porsche have a go in it if he could have a go in the then new RSR, as Yves Scheer off and running in the number 603 BMW.
Little dent to the left rear of that car. That was as it came to the line. Yves, part of the Nitro team at Le Mans last weekend, and also working here this weekend, but tries to get that car out when she can. I've worked with Yves in the past on various presentations. Yeah, that Renault Clio's going well. Capri Mark 1, that dark green machine. Yes, please. This is the race to do, isn't it? I don't mind getting up early for this one.
No, definitely not. So this is the good injection of adrenaline, isn't it, to enjoy some of the most amazing array of machinery you'll ever find at any historic event in the world, I would say. You know, go to Goodwood Revival or anything like that. This is, for me, this is right up there as, oh, Marlon Menden in the number in the 485, but it's a 993 RSR.
That's the second of the yellow Porsches
now,
there.
yeah, now up into second place now, behind the Strala Autosport 964.
That's the leading 5 that are pulling away from the rest of the field. Meantime, actually 3 Porsches, 4 Porsches in front now, and then the Mercedes now up into 5th place on the Dottinger Hall for the first time, and that Rudolph, is that the 964, the Rudolph 964 that's leading?
No,
it's
actually
not.
One of the Carrera RSRs has made their way through. That's the number 501 machine in the Martini colours. Andre Kunkel, Michael Funke and Heiko Hamel.
The AC Mayanevi entered car. Here comes the 2.5 litre Cosworth engined Mercedes. I see that, I think it's HVM, isn't it, who are going to retro mod that sort of era of Mercedes.
HWA.
HWA, excuse me.
Yes, they are. They're going to race it in the SPX class next year. Yeah,
and there will be road cars as well.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that was the first. That came first, and then now the race car coming too. So over the line then to complete the opening lap. So it is the number 501 Porsche 911 RSR in the Martini colours from the 487 Porsche 964. The Strala Autosport machine of Jürgen Rudolph, and then in third it's the number 485 964 RSR of Marcus Menden. I said Marlon Menden. Marcus Menden from Essen, who is sharing the car with Rob Huff. Yeah,
Rob Huff will get in that car at this changeover. Still just on 2.5 hours to go. Should just say that Resto Mod recreation isn't an official Mercedes-Benz. It is a creation of the builders themselves, but they are building a serious amount of road cars, and their plan, as Peter says, is to enter it in the big race next year, and they'll run it to SPX regulations, so somewhere around about the pace of a GT3 car, but doesn't have to follow all the homologations. So that I can't wait to see.
And it's going to be developed by Klaus Ludwig as well.
Well, he knows a bit about those cars, doesn't
he? He knows very well what the original one was like. Is great stuff here from Marcus Menden. He's trying to make a move for second position as they come up through the Grand Prix track. Side by side they go. Two 964s, 964 Cup and 964 RSR as they head up towards the chicane. Who is going to blink first? Menden goes for it. Oh, what a move there. What a move from Marcus Menden. That was really gutsy, and that now gives him clear air to try and go after the 501 Carrera RSR of mid-1970s that's pushing on further down the field.
That Cup car gives a good representation of itself, doesn't it? A good account of itself.
Yeah, I think it's got a fairly fruity engine in it. Yes.
You think it might not have passed Tech in Cup in its day?
No, definitely not. No, I think it's got a lot more squirt than a Cup car had in the time.
It looks, you know, oh no, careful, mind the barriers, end of the Hatson back, and that was the 5th place car, the Griezmann car.
No, that's it. That wasn't the Griezmann car. Griezmann car's green.
Oh yes, that's right. So
it's got 911 written on it, but it's not car number 911, if you like, because there isn't.
So is that the 505?
It must have been, because it's just gone behind. Yes, it is. It's just gone behind Ralph Schall.
That's the
Griezmann car just coming through now. Kittelbacher Ho.
Yeah.
So it's got 9511. Excuse me. There you go. That's the Boyka RSR IMSA machine. Yeah.
Well, again, that's another very interesting car built for the American racing market.
As many Porsches were in those days.
So just caught the bump there, of which there are many on the Haxton back, and then just offline. Oh, he was locked up there for a moment, and that triple metal guardrail must have looked a lot closer from the inside of the car.
Yeah, that was lucky escape there. If you go off the road anywhere on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you're very lucky to get away with it. And the Hatson back, there's just 1 or 2 bits with a bit of grass runoff, and luckily that was one of those places, so can keep going. But of course, understandably, no ABS or anything like that in these cars. You're on your own, totally on your own, in terms of they don't have any electronic assistance at all. So
Porsche and a single Mercedes dominating at the front of the field. The first BMW is the E36 M3 number 563. That's the Vol car. That's another class leader. We're not even going to bother with the classes right now, because there are 4 class leaders in the top 10. The Opel, best of the Opel Cadets, which is also a class leader, is the 147. That's the Remele and Fish car in 20th position. The Group A Volvo 240T, 3 drivers in that, and there's a team in that. There's an Österreichische Stil and a team in that, and that's the 423 in 23rd position. And we're not out of the top 30 yet, and there's another BMW, the E36 325i number 443, the Brugger and Hellberg car. That is leading its class in 26th position. Just a snapshot of the cars, Peter, in the top 25-26, with a couple of outliers being the Mercedes, the Opel Kadett, and the Volvo, but other than that, it's BMWs and Porsches.
Also a Ford Mustang out there being swamped by the lightweight, much less powerful, but lightweight German machines going around, driven by Klaus Halvik and Olivier Meutens. That's almost duck egg blue Ford Mustang. Just to give an idea of how fast some of these cars are, on the Dottinger Ho, based out of Galgenkopf all the way up to Antoniusbuche, the leading car, the number 501 Carrera RSR, which remember is over 50 years old, is less than a second away from a GT3 car down there.
We've got a slow zone out on the circuit. Now, 1 or 2 cars involved in that, Peter. Difficult to say. By the way, the lap time from not a flying, I mean a rolling start, but not a flying start, was a 9:33.407. That first lap, and you'll take a few seconds off that if we get a clean lap. So what
Definitely.
I haven't got is the note of where that has just happened. That hasn't come up on my timing. I've had a couple of cars into the pits. The 467 has come and gone.
It's just after Carousel, because the leading car has just come into a slow zone. Double yellow flags waves. The Martini number 501 going to have to slow all the way down, and that'll pack the, well, it won't pack the field up because they should all go through at the same time in theory. It's not always the case, but it's Andre Kunkel who's doing a super job in the lead of the race right now. And the track isn't blocked, so everyone can get through at 60 kph an hour.
That Martini coloured car with the darker colours, everybody thinks a Martini's just stripes on a white car, but I really think it works on a dark car as well, and they've gone back to some of the darker branding on their products now.
Yeah, you saw that the stripes they're applied to various different cars. Certainly when they were with Porsche, they had them on some white cars, they had them on silver cars as well. Actually, on the Alfa Romeo 2 DTM cars, they had them on a red car.
Yeah, that looked great.
Which looked really good. The Brabham actually had it as well. As the battle away now for second position. The Strala car has got past the 993 RSR of Marcus Menden, and the Griezmann machine almost on a bit of a recovery after that slightly problematic start. So now coming up over into the Beloff S. Quick through there. Excuse me, S-Back, excuse me, down to Brunchen, you're absolutely right. Yeah, it looks, there's so many parts of the circuit that look so similar.
Well, and think how that is behind the wheel, Peter.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's the battle, 3 Porsche battle for second position. The 2 yellow and the green cars cutting their way through a very lovely ST, a much earlier vintage. And now the VW, and that's a early VW, a couple of early VW Golfs there. Oh, Ford Cortina next to go a lap down to the second place battle. So I wonder where the Cup car got back through. British number plate on that car as well. On the Ford Cortina, they've just passed. Pre-1961 number. 3 letters, 3 numbers. And that is the only acceptable race number plate, by the way. I'm sorry if I've upset anybody out there, but that is the only acceptable race number plate, the old-fashioned ones that were sort of hammered on to a piece of aluminium.
Amazing close racing between the 964 Cup and the 964 RSR, and then the older Carrera RSR behind the green Griezmann car. Always
into a code 60. They've just got into a code 60 for Gallenkopf. One of the 914s taking the back route in to the pit lane. That with the standard sided car. The big wide arches were normally the purview of the 9146.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, winner of the first ever IMSA race at VIR in 1971.
Is that true?
Yeah, Harley Haywood and Peter Gregg.
Of course it was.
Yeah, yeah.
Who else would it be?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There's the Hillman Imp on the Dottinger Hur. They are back to green, and it looks like the green Griezmann has got the better run out of the slow zone. For a moment, the Cup car, which is a bit more narrow-sided, so maybe not having to punch quite as much of a hole in the air. So the 964 Cup car behind it, the 993.
I think they're still in a code 120, I think.
Yes, you're right, they're still yellows.
Yeah, so intervention vehicle on driver's right as they come up towards Antonius Bucke. One of the 2002 BMWs is ground to a halt at the end of the Dottinger Hoe.
And I think that's a Peugeot 309 there, as well as an NSU. And the reason I think it's a 309 is it's got the twin fog lamp and driving lights underneath. I had a 1600. Basically, it's a 205 with a boot. Still a two-door car. And I had it. They were called SRIs in the UK. I had one of those. It's great fun. And then I had one of the best cars I've ever driven and owned. And that was a 405 SRI. Four-door, Pininfarina designed. Lovely.
Back to racing speed then for our leaders. A little bit interrupted there with slow zones, etc. But that is what racing on the North Life is about sometimes. Now it's going to be straight line speed. The Strala 964 just gallops away. That's got a turbo engine in it. I'm certain of it. The way it just gallops on. The Jeff Swart competed at Pikes Peak in a 964. In fact, he ran in the American Rally Championship in a 964 with a special Andile turbocharged engine, so you can get big power out of those 964 turbos.
And that is a 309 SRI, possibly a GTI with the 1.9 engine in.
Bit defensive there for the 487, and round the outside comes Menden. Chassis-wise, that RSR 964, much better through the corners. It's not got the straight line speed of the Strala car with a turbo motor in it, but the 964 RSR making the way through then as the Carrera RSR from the 1970s, the Griezmann car, trying to make its way through. Whoa, big slide there for the Strala car, trying to get that power down.
That's the second time we've seen an outside move by the first of those yellow Porsches. So quite clearly, in the slower and medium corners, they've got that car well dialed in. But as Peter Mackay mentioned there, the narrower body of the 964 Cup car with the blue on the front of that car as well, the Strala machine, coupled with what looked to be bigger wheels than it would have had in terms of diameter, at least. And we believe a fruity is what Peter said, a fruity
I think it's got
motor.
a very fruity engine in it, I would think, with forced induction too. But Marcus Menden driving very well here. Of course, he's got Rob Huff waiting in the wings, who will get the absolute maximum out of the car. But Marcus doing his job very well as the Griezmann machine gets out onto the curb. A little bit of a moment there. Huge rear tyres on those later Carrera RSRs with the 934.5 style bodywork. Big rear arches to fit those wheels.
The 934.5 originally for IMSA competition.
That's right.
And you mentioned Hurley Haywood and Peter Craig. Peter Craig was instrumental in getting that car built. Took a set of mechanics from Brumos over to Germany and had a look at the kit of parts and said, we'll have some of that. And they built some of the cars and took them over to IMSA, who promptly banned it. So they couldn't race it in IMSA, so they went and raced it in Trans Am with SCCA.
Yeah, that
won the championship and then got the championship taken away from them at the end of the season.
That was the 934, yeah. That was Joe Hoppen, who had ordered 10 934s for the US market, and he was the motorsport man in North America at the time. And then IMSA had said yes, they could. When he ordered the 10 cars, they could enter the 934, but changed their mind. Yeah. And then he said, right, off to Trans Am we go. Vasek Polak had a few. In fact, Joe Hoppen said, you know, 2 or 3 cars should be good, and it should be easy for a big dealer like you, Vasek. He knew how to do the deals that Joe Hoppen, and put a lot of good drivers in drives and gave them opportunities. He was instrumental to Porsche's success in the United States and on track in the 1970s and indeed early 1980s.
Got up close to the 934, an original 934 recently. What a machine. What a machine. Basically ran the wide rear arches and aero, and they're going past one of the front engine Porsches there. Criminally underrated, the transaxle cars. 944.
Is it 924?
I thought
it was good. It looked like it got the slightly lower nose.
Yeah, you might be right.
Yeah, we've got a good mix of those front engine transaxle Porsches out there.
I haven't seen a 68. Is that too late?
No, we haven't. Maybe just. Yeah, it could well be. So, gap at the front of the field, 25 seconds. Amazing job from the number 501 Martini Carrera RSR of Andre Kunkel.
The 569 BMW that was involved in that first lap incident is running. It's got a little bit of damage on the left front, sitting in behind the fabulous yellow and green Ford Escort number 41, which looks like it's just come off a Scalextric track. This is the RS2000 Mark 1, and BMW down the inside there. This time makes the pass cleanly. In fairness, wasn't really his accident. Got involved in the other E30 that spun in front of him.
Now, unfortunately, Ralph Schall has come into the pit 4 minutes ago. That's early. That's got to be early, surely. He did look like he wasn't showing the same pace that he did last year in that Mercedes 2.5 Cosworth, but that's he entered the pits 5 minutes ago and is still in the pits, unfortunately, for last year's winner, of course, Ralph Schall. What a pity.
Yeah, the incident that BMW was caught up in, as I say, no fault of their own in that 569 machine. Well, that is a shame, because that is a quick car. Another spin for another BMW. It's fuel flap is open on the right rear. And that is the E36 325i. Not always the M3s here. The Henrich's car. Did he jump or was he pushed? Oh no, he absolutely jumped. He flung himself at the chicane there, and eventually physics catches up with you, Peter.
It does. It's a very fast chicane. It's the last chicane before coming left onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, for the last really quick chicane at, on the Grand Prix track. So it's very, very easy for it to lose the rear, and round it goes. And the good thing is, though, there's a big amount of runoff there. So as long as there's not any other cars around, you can get back going, pull first gear, and keep going. And that's exactly what Henrichs has done there in that E36. Of course, E36 is... When I think of an E36 on the Nordschleife, I think of Sabine Schmitz.
Yeah,
the late great Sabine Schmitz, who won the race in an E36 BMW. He's obviously sorely missed. The Nürburgring's a poorer place without her presence.
As I think you know, Peter, I had the great pleasure to have worked with Sabina a couple of times on a couple of arena shows that I did years back, and both at work and outside of work, just an absolute delight. Here's the Wittgen Aust Porsche RSR 3 litre, the number 911, and that is the number 911. Classic Porsche, white with the red stripe down, not saying Porsche but saying Mittelmotor. That's their entrant. I'm just typing an email here. Dear Jim Farley, where are you this weekend? Because he would love this.
Oh, yeah.
CEO of Ford.
Definitely.
In a period Mustang, races himself, was in the Mustang Challenge at Le Mans last weekend, which was an unmitigated success. Well done to everybody who pulled that off. Could be a Mustang, could be an old Capri.
I was going to say
Cologne
Capri was exactly what was coming to mind.
Oops.
Oh, the E36, the same E36 has lost it just coming out of Schwedenkreuz down towards Arenberg. Now, that's easy to do. We've seen incidents there already this week, so very easy, very, very fast through there. And
if you weren't with us earlier on, the top qualifying yesterday was actually brought to a halt, had to be red flagged and then rescheduled after the Scherer Sport number 16 Porsche had a huge incident there with Lawrence Vanthoor. That's it. Right, that's a missed downshift. He's gone down too many gears there and locked up the back end.
Yeah.
Delighted to say that Lawrence Vanthoor. Yes, Lawrence Vanthoor.
Lawrence, yeah, he's okay.
He's okay. The car, not so much, and that machine has been withdrawn from the main race. That will be a non-starter. It's a little bit of hip and shoulder there from the 911. That's not the kind of driving that we like to encourage or see here in this class of racing. I did notice the hand go up straight away from the driver, but that's not cricket in this type of racing.
No, definitely not. That is the class leading car, the number 911. It's a 911 RSR 3 litre from the around 1974, 1975, and I love the story about how they first tested the RSR. There was a big change at Porsche at the time where Dr. Ferdinand Piëch had left the company. The company was taken public. The family stepped away from the management of the day-to-day management of the company and went onto the supervisory board. But the new managing director, Dr. Ernst Fuhrmann, he wanted to go away from the days of the 917 where they had prototypes. He wanted the racing to be based on the 911 at that time. So the RSR was created, and the first place they took it to test was the Corsica Rally.
As you would.
As you would, yes. So they took it to the Corsica Rally, which caused great interest at the time. And Jean-Pierre Nicolas, who later won the Monte Carlo Rally in a 911, he wanted to have a go in it. So he said, you guys can have a go in my factory Alpine A110 if I can have a go in the Porsche. So they did, but they were testing on the public roads in the dark in October 1972, then took it to Paul Ricard, and then for its first race, which it won at the Daytona 24 Hours with Peter Craig and Harley Haywood winning overall in a 911.
Thread?
There is a thread, yes.
Yeah, going through that. That's a shame. We've had contact. I think this is why we had one of the slow zones. This is the 2002 BMW number 44, the white and green car. Beautiful car, beautifully prepared, looking slightly less pristine now, and being pulled away into one of the areas of safety. So that should give us a clear lap again now. We haven't yet bettered that opening lap at the front of the field by the 5:01 of a 9:33.407. Still leading that car on the Grand Prix circuit right now with the white and navy blue plus martini striped machine.
Been driven very, very well, being pushed hard as the Carrera RSR.
I'm told you have to drive quite precisely on these cars, that if it starts getting out of shape, you're not quick in them.
No, I would imagine so. I would imagine so. For the...
He's not hanging, you're right though, he's not hanging about there.
No, it's been driven very, very hard indeed. I'm trying to listen into the engine to see if it's a turbo engine or whether it's normally aspirated. Normally aspirated, yeah. Which is, so it's a Carrera RSR with 94.5 bodywork on it, being driven beautifully at the moment, and the gap is up to 36 seconds at the moment.
But this is a pit stop race, and we still have the majority of it to go, with still over 2 hours and 6 minutes of this to go.
I mean,
Eve Shea.
Well, it's quite remarkable.
Did Eve start that car? Are we sure?
Yes,
right.
Yes, she did. Yeah. So it's even you compare the opening sector of this track goes from the start-finish line to the on the brakes for the what was the Goodyear? It's Goodyear, yeah, Goodyear hairpin, and the leading car is only 4 seconds slower than the very fastest GT3. That's 50 years old technology. Yeah, that's remarkable.
Just to say, I mentioned that Eve is part of the Nitro team. They'll be starting a record attempt broadcast at 1 o'clock from the Touring Car Legend area until after the awards ceremony of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So 28 hours of live broadcasting from the Nitro team. I see what you mean about the sort of blue and silver tunics there. Now, this is the BMW E36 325 Coupe that's in a sort of a matte or a satin olive colour. We saw that going by as we were sitting having breakfast this morning, and hazard flashes are on. Non-period alloys on that, look, a slightly larger diameter, but there's so many classes here. This is basically you bring the car, we'll find a class to put you in.
I like that sort of racing.
Yeah, it's very much like preventing, actually.
Yeah, in many ways, yes, yeah.
So that's just coming into the Caracciola carousel at the top of the hill as Eve continues to run in that BMW. I'm old enough to remember when caramel wafers weren't Tunnocks. They were grey done from Glasgow, that beautiful old building that sadly got knocked down just on the outskirts of Glasgow. Tunnocks took it on and kept it going.
Tunnocks tea cakes, of course, the normal milk chocolate is a red and white wrapper with the stripes.
The dark chocolate one.
The dark chocolate's the blue and white, which is exactly the same. Very, very similar colours to what's on Eve Shear's car. Of course, it's Ravenol sponsorship, the title sponsor of the race, that's on there.
Do you not think it's a subliminal note to say to any Scots looking, eat a Tunnocks tea cake now?
Well, it's working for me. If I had one right now, I'd be having it.
They do the same with the caramel wafers now as well. They do a dark one again, and
it's a good biscuit.
That to me is, it might be the king of biscuits.
It's
the caramel wafer.
It's pretty close. Oh dear, a BMW E36. The bonnet's come up. Oh dear. Now that is some drivers that say they could drive this circuit with their eyes closed. But
absolutely shattered the windscreen though. This is the MSA ADAC AV car. He's got it round. Now he's got to get into the pit lane. The last time I saw somebody do this was a BMW, and they ran into the end of the pit lane wall. We were calling the race live, and they ran it into the end of the pit lane wall.
Thankfully, that's not happened this time.
I thought I had seen it all until that moment. Well, I don't know how we can see anything out of that because the bottom of the windscreen's completely shattered.
Well, a friend of the RSL team, Peter Kate, he can drive he could sit there with a dinner plate with a blindfold on and drive round the whole of the Nordschleife accurately. Well, certainly you need to have that kind of circuit knowledge when the bonnet is covering the entirety of the windscreen, which is also smashed. Great job by the driver to get it home safely. That's amazing.
That's happened at speed because the bonnet not only has smashed the windscreen, but has been folded up to mirror the line of the roof. It's the 548 BMW we're talking about, by the way. I think that one is done. The bonnet not as it came out of the factory.
I don't know if they'd be allowed to kick the windscreen out rally style and keep going.
Have to kick both out, don't you? You've got to kick the back one out as well, so you don't get the pressure change inside and blow the back one out. But yes, I'm not sure. Also in the pit lane at the moment, the Volkswagen Polo Coupe, the AC Deggendorf 432. Little wheel arch extensions on that. See that? I think that's about my pace around here. Right, what they're looking at there? They're messing about with the top of the carburetor, is it? I can't quite see. The distributor's on the end of the engine on that engine, closest to us. I think that must be the carbs he's looking at there. Or actually, you'd think that might be an injection car.
You know, this is a circuit that even the most modern machinery can fail on. We've seen it even in practice so far. Several of the top GT3 cars having various issues. So for cars that are far, far older than that, generations older, it is the ultimate challenge, really. I cannot think of a circuit that puts a car to the test more than the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And for cars that are 20, 30, 40, 50 years old, it is quite a test. Also a big off for the 528 BMW, which is making its way back on a flatbed. The flatbeds are being kept busy in this early stages.
Heavily
it's gone on very
rear.
hard. Yeah, that could well be the end of that particular car. But classic cars have a way of just emerging from like a phoenix from the ashes, like Trigger's broom.
And
matching
actually,
numbers though.
They always find another one. And out in this race is possibly the ultimate iteration of a Nürburgring Triggers broom, because the Foxtail Manta is out in this race, although I've not seen it yet.
It is, yeah, it's out. It is out there. It made it to the grid. Well, there's a few Mantas in the race. It's a Manta. I'm trying to see which one it is that's in there, but it is out there for sure. The Manta Foxtail, which raced in the It didn't race in the main 24-hour last year, but did the year before.
Correct, that was its last one.
Yeah, which was really, really cool. Wonder if we'll see a Dacia Logan one day in 20 years' time or so compete in the ADAC 24-hour Classic. Yellow
flags for this little group headed by the Alpha. Do not overtake there in that Porsche. We've got waved yellows. You are allowed to overtake the safety vehicles, but not each other. So the Alpha survives for a moment. Another Ravenol branded car. That is the 471 Porsche. Another 964.
It's a 964 Cup. There.
Right, it is a Cup car.
Yeah,
with the standard.
So it's slightly different to the Strala car, which I think is more of like a turbo kind of.
Well, they've got the big rear wing on it, which the Cup cars didn't have. That one's got the little what would pop up at a certain speed. It stays up all the time on the Cup cars.
Yes.
So it doesn't have the aero. That'd have been the first iteration of the Cup car.
First ever Cup car, that was kicked off with the Carrera Cup Deutschland in 1990, won by Olaf Manthey, and then into the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup 3 years later in 1993. But over 5,000 Porsche Cup cars have been sold. In fact, it's got to be it'll be more on the way to 5,500 now. There's just the 992 generation's been incredibly successful.
And down through the years, they have found themselves at the end of their life as a Cup car when the next Porsche, bear in mind there's only been 8 iterations of a 911, but when they do come to the end of their life and the next newest brightest thing comes along, they go on racing. They pop up all over the place, and we've seen them, you know, particularly the 997s, 991s, and now the 992s. Those cars are incredibly good 24-hour race cars, and in terms of a race car, they're pretty good value for money.
Relatively speaking, they are. There's a whole class for them in the big race later on, the 53rd running of the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of the Nürburgring, called the Cup 2 category. So and then there's plenty others that are racing in other categories that are run on alternative fuels and maybe have slight modifications, so they run in a different class. So yeah, there's plenty of them out there. There's even a few of them have been made into rally cars.
Did you do a story on one of those recently?
I did it on the Cayman GT4 rally.
Right.
Yes, which was on the front cover of 000 magazine, a publication from California. If you're a Porsche fan, do check it out. There is some amazing stuff in there. A very, very broken windscreen, unfortunately, for the little BMW M3 E36. And I don't think that car will be able to go any further, sadly. Although they are taping down the bonnet, trying to tape down the bonnet. So are they planning on kicking the windscreen out and then carrying on?
No way in the world.
Okay.
The bonnet is kinked at about 35-40 degrees, where it was pushed over the A-pillars and onto the roof. They need to take it off and mount it upside down if it's going to work. At the front of the field, by the way, still the SA Mayaneve 501 leading, going down through the foxhole now. I'm just going to say that again, go down the foxhole. That foxhole in that car, where you know you can't touch the curbs at all. Absolute precision, Peter.
Quick, yeah, you need to know how to handle that sort of car and an older 911 and what it does. It's
lift off oversteer.
Modern car, it is not. No.
Oh, my goodness me.
Now the Strala car has just lost contact with the podium fight. It's down into 4th place. Jürgen Rudolph still at the wheel from Stuttgart.
I've got bad news for you.
Okay.
The Manta, I think it's the 561 Manta. Is that the Foxtail Manta? But there's definitely a Manta stopped at Schwalbenschwanz, and that was around about 5 minutes ago.
There is a few of them. There's 4 of them in the... Hard to say.
And good morning to Neil Gardner, our artist in residence at Radio Show Limited. working hard on a top secret Le Mans project at the moment after last weekend's action. Got to tell you, Neil, this is a target-rich environment for you and your artistic talents. If we dumped you in the paddock for this race, the ADAC Classic at the 24 hours, your good lady Curry would probably never see you again. It is incredible what there is here. Another Mercedes-Benz coming through there.
Just coming through the slow zone. Also, I love the Hawaiian Tropic Porsche 911 there, and they've got almost IROC style RSR.
Opel Ascona. That's a very early Opel Ascona. Vauxhall, that would have been a Vauxhall Viva, wouldn't it? Or something similar. It's like a sort of HB Viva shape, but not quite, but it has the same rear lights as the HB. And it's when Opel and Vauxhall were still building cars specifically for their own marketplace. Leader still out there.
Driving well up towards the carousel now, opening up a big gap. It was 27.4 seconds is the gap, although Marcus Menden on this lap is closing down a little bit. Is taking around 3 seconds out on at this lap alone, so just chipping away at that gap. And remember, Marcus Menden has got his not so secret weapon waiting in the pits ready to go, and that's Rob Huff, who knows how to pedal, and to give the understatement of the week so far. So this could ebb and flow back and forth over the next hour and 52 minutes.
Watching the efforts in the pit lane for that BMW with the bent bonnet. Hello, good morning, Johannes. Little known fact, he says they have to use 30-year-old tape on 30-year-old cars. Yeah, getting the bits for the cars, not the problem. Getting new old stock 30-year-old tape, it's a killer.
It'll have probably lost its stick by now, you would...
Do you think?
You would think, yeah.
It'd be that, as soon as you touch it, it gets on your hands, and the only thing it sticks to is your hands to itself and nothing to anything else. Yes, absolutely. Peter Mackay, John Hindhaugh with you for the ADAC Classic at the 24. Full coverage from 3:30 local time today. Johnny Palmer and the team taking on the first of the race coverage, but before that we do have a warm-up at noon, and that'll be the first time this weekend you'll hear the voices of Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden, who joined the team for the weekend, having hopefully rested up, and Peter having recovered from a nasty virus that he had at Le Mans. Not that you would have known it. He was still doing his shifts, and it was absolutely brilliant. Leader picks his way through traffic then, coming down to the second carousel. Even the bits of this track that look easy aren't.
No, there's not one easy corner here.
No.
At the Nürburgring Nordschleife, it's just an amazing strip of tarmac. Out of Galgenkopf then and onto the long Dottinger hole, where these cars are incredibly quick. The number 487 Strala car is within a second of a GT3 quickly along there,
and does. Sorry to interrupt there, Peter, but that was a very important pass he made on that BMW there, because if he got into the yellow flag area, he wouldn't have been able to do it. This second place car, the bright yellow Porsche, also having traffic to deal with now. Sorry, just repeat what you said there about the top speeds.
So down the Dottinger hole, so the sector 8 of the track is the exit of Galgenkopf to Antoniusbrücke, so the entirety of the Dottinger hole. The fastest car in fact, you can take one out because they had a penalty for energy usage. The a GT3 car takes just about 20.1 seconds to go down there. The 964, which I presume, like I say, has a pretty fruity engine in it, 20.8 seconds. So it's nearly as fast as a GT3 car down the straight.
That's the Strala Autosport car that Peter's talking about.
It's 30 years old. It's actually slightly more than that. It's closer to 35 years old.
Yeah, incredible. Leader back under green flag conditions, completing another lap, lap 5. This is a time certain race, and we've still got an hour and 50 minutes to go. Just perfect conditions for the 501 Porsche 911 RS. It sounds fantastic on the acceleration, doesn't it?
Yeah, really good. Really, really good. The RSR was the car that really took Porsche's racing activities on from the big glory days of the 917 and winning Le Mans twice, winning Le Mans overall for the very first time with the 917. So it was a little bit more humble, but still, you know, still put in those giant killing performances. Probably most of all, I would say, the 1973 Targa Florio, where Gijs van Lennep and Herbert Muller won overall in a Carrera RSR with the Mary Stewart collar wing, the big wing that engulfed almost the entire rear of the car. It looked really, really cool.
Yeah, let's not forget that first Porsche overall victory at Le Mans was 1970.
That's right, yeah.
And so you were still basking in the glory of that when the company was taken in a different direction. Porsche and Le Mans synonymous. First Porsche car appeared there in the 1950s.
1950, yeah. Won its class in the first year. And
since then, there's always been a Porsche at Le Mans in some way, shape or form. Not just a Porsche engine, a Porsche car.
They scored they didn't get their 20th overall at Le Mans, their overall win, but they got their 110th class win. Remarkable.
Well, it was almost like the GT categories for many years when I first started going there in 1989 and through the 1990s. The GT category looked at one stage like a Porsche Cup race, and that was where, you know, big slide by the 487. That's the Cup car with the accoutrement, I think. Cup car plus.
Do you know, it could be one of the, similar to the old 964 IMSA supercar.
Yeah. It's
got that look about it.
Yeah, good call.
Which was driven by Harley Haywood, and Walter Röhrl as well drove one of those in the IMSA supercars, Hans Stuck. So, oh, now, dear, we've got...
It's an Alpha GT.
Is it? Yes.
And that is road registered. Excellent. Driver is out of the car, looking forlornly at a bent rear right with one of the DMSB staff. Well, she's trying to help. It looks like the rear windows popped as well, so that's had a decent hit. Sure where that is on the circuit. See if I can find out where the yellows are. New fastest lap of class by the 964 Cup car number 473 at 10 minutes 25, and a spin for the BMW. That's the Quiche & Quiche E36 M3. Almost the sort of PDG colours that ran in the American Le Mans series. They're black, white and red.
Got back going again though, thankfully. That's the thing in one of these classic cars as well, is if you have an off, it's not as quick as in a modern car.
That's true.
So fast.
Oh, that's coming
in
up
a modern car
over S-Back and towards the entry to Brunchen. That is quick.
That is quick, because you're coming out of Wipperman, which is like going down a helter-skelter. You're just hanging on by your fingernails through there. And then trying to get the car slowed up a bit for S-Back and Brunchen. The car can easily just get away from you down there.
I don't think he hit anything there, Peter.
Doesn't look like it. No, it doesn't seem so. So, it's got that rear right wheel, rear right tire coming off the rim for that BMW, unfortunately. So it could well have been more cause or effect, I guess. So you're gonna have to lift the car back and try and get a try and get a replacement wheel and tyre fitted and get back into the race. Gap at the front of the field is now down a little bit to it's down to 25 seconds on the last lap. Marcus Menden in second place in the 964 RSR took 3 seconds out of the race leader, the 501 Martini Carrera RSR.
Droops through. Ford Escort going wide at the first corner, and a Mark 1 Manta just a bit further up the field. There's a Zinziga mineral water car in a nice shade of taupe. Meantime, in the pits, the 456 Fina BMW. There's a set of colours to remember from the past.
Fina colours just work. I mean, Fina BMW, that's, yeah.
Robin and Felix Sinfeld there. So
Schnitzer
this is
colours too. Oh, I forgot to put my Schnitzer socks on.
Oh, Pete.
Yeah, but I do have my classic Team Lotus socks on. So.
Okay. So this is, I was about to say, we've had almost an hour, or just on an hour. So start seeing pit stop soon. Here's the 86 Polo back in again. With the, oh, there's more than one of them. Of course there is. It's a Polo and a Golf by the look of it in the same colour. Is that Golf? Amazing to think now that the current VW Polo is the same size as the original Mark 1 Golf. Pretty much the same weight as well. Leader dropping into the concrete sections of the Caracciolo carousel.
And pushing on now. I think there's just got a little bit of the hurry up. I don't know if they'll have a radio system or not, but if there is, there's definitely been a hurry up for that leading car, the 501 Carrera RSR in those Martini colours, driven brilliantly the moment by Andre Kunkel. He's just put in an absolute best sector in Sector 5 and indeed in Sector 6. And Sector 6, it's only 4 seconds off a top line GT3 car through there, and that's Sector 6 basically out of Ex-Mula, heading down through the Lauda, basically from the Lauda links all the way up the hill to just before Moot Curve. So it's the straight line speed. These cars do not have any problem at all.
That's all uphill as well.
That is uphill, yeah. The Strala car, the Strala 964, is going through the speed trap at Dottingerho at 270 kilometers an hour. That's quick. That's very, very, very quick.
That is quick as a GT3 car through there.
It might even be a little bit faster, actually, in pure straight line. Yeah, it's pretty much exactly the same, yeah.
That's just extraordinary.
That's amazing.
Now, this is the second place car now coming through Brunchen. Oh, going off at Brunchen and hit, just misses them. Armco barriers on the left-hand side was maybe 18 inches, maybe 2 feet offline. Lovely four-wheel drift. My goodness, that would have been a wake-up moment. Peter Mackay to my right has literally got his head in his hands. It was like me watching Doctor Who in the 1960s when the Cybermen came on behind the sofa. He was watching that through his fingers. Oh,
that's such a valuable car. Marcus Menden is trying so hard. He just got up on the curb and then through. It's the one of only 2 gravel traps in the entirety of the Nordschleife.
Did he hit the inside curb?
Don't think so. No,
he's
just trying to carry loads of speed onto the curbing. There's quite generous curbing, but then gets a bump out and misses the guardrail just by 10 centimetres.
If that.
If that, and if he'd clipped the...
Oh, that would have been big.
Game over, yeah.
Either on the throttle a tad too early. Some of these cars, particularly of this era, you have to actually go back to the throttle quite aggressively to get the car to squat down at the back and actually give you forward momentum. And if you don't, you understeer. So he either got on it a little bit early or maybe, just maybe, he turned in a tiny bit early, but just took a wee bit too much of the curb. There's the 309 coming through again on the Dottingerho with a gaggle of cars, including the second place car, right with him.
Oh, that was take a breath.
Now the 555, is that up at the front of the field? No, I don't think so. But they're going to get a 1 minute time penalty for not respecting the pit lane speed limit.
That's quite a... That is the BMW 325i, unfortunately, that's that got that penalty. And then it's the 460 Mercedes in the gravel trap.
Turn 1.
Yes.
And that is the Commodore Computers and Louis sponsored car, with the Adidas sponsorship on there as well. Again, another classic livery. There is only two ways. There are only two ways to go, as far as I'm concerned. Either the car should look pretty street stock, other than the numbers, or you have a classic livery on.
I think you've got to, don't you?
Once again, the snatch tractor there already. That's very deep gravel. They're going to try and pull it out backwards. That number 460 Mercedes. So Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh with you this morning. Hello. How good is this? There is a race going on.
Well, Marcus Menden proved that there is absolutely a race going on, playing for keeps, putting it on the limit in a hugely valuable car. I don't know exactly what the current value of a 3.8 RSR is, but it's a lot. You might be cheaper buying a brand new GT3 R than buying a 964 RSR. Quite amazing.
Right, some work going on one of the BMWs while it's being filmed. Another 30-second penalty again. This is speeding in the pit lane, as that Mercedes has nearly been pulled out of the turn 1 gravel trap.
Race leader is in the pit lane as well, but that's on schedule, I would say, after an hour or just over an hour of racing.
Yeah, or what's that, 7 laps that they've done, or 6? 6,
but they might not have. Yeah, probably 6. Yes,
6 plus the formation lap. I wonder if they can do 7. 3 drivers in that leading car, so presumably the start driver will be out.
Yeah, the start driver for that number 501 machine was Andre Kunkel. They've got Michael Funke and Heiko Hamel also.
In the pit lane is the Lada 21011, the Wiesbaum car, Fiat 124 originally.
Really cool little car. That off it goes. The Lada, I mean, you see a lot of Ladas out rallying in classic form, and indeed in built to modern standard. If you go to the Barham Czech Rally, look at the Lada VFTSs there. They are trick bits of kit.
Right, so the Peugeot is not just a GTI, it's a GTI 16 valve. We didn't get those in the UK. There are some now. That was the 2 litre rather than the 1.9, and very much sought after. There is a transplant, you can put that engine into a 205. Also in there, 924, you're right, that was a 924 we were looking at, that number 3 earlier on, Peter. Pop-up headlights, whatever happened to those? Brilliant. Such a cool, clean design, the 924, which begat the 944, and then eventually that became the 968, although quite a few more changes to the 968. 968 at the time had the biggest 4-cylinder petrol engine in terms of cubic capacity in any road car, 3 litre. It went now to. And there's all of those transaxle cars criminally underappreciated. They are, as a daily classic, they are absolutely brilliant. And I know, because my 968 Sport I ran as a daily for pretty much 5 years and just did the normal service items. Great piece of kit. Came down here in it, actually. In 2017, came down here, bought it at the end of 16. Came down here 2017, having been to Spa and done a few laps of the circuit there, and with the back seats folded down in a 68 or a 44 or a 24, it was known in our family as the Porsche estate, the Porsche wagon. Extremely practical. My goodness me, that's the Ravenol 471, isn't it? The Porsche right up on the curbs going past the 205 GTI and one of the Ford Cortinas. Again, this is the 9th place car. This is one of the 964 Cup cars, the very early iteration. And that car has not yet pitted.
No, and
so that's the leading car right now, I think.
No, it isn't, because Marcus Menden hasn't pitted.
Oh, has he not?
Neither is the 502 Griezmann car or the Strala 487 Porsche 964. So they've all gone through. So the 50... now, hold on.
Standby caller.
That's interesting. No, that's right. Yes, the 501 is now onto its... onto its second stint. Yes, I was just trying to understand the time screen there. So yeah, it's onto its second stint, whereas the Marcus Menden, the Griezmann car and the Strala 964, they're all on their first stint.
Correct. So the leading car is the Menden Huff bright yellow 485 RSR, but owes us a stop. Behind them, the 320, number 513 in 7th place has just stopped as well. The Volvo class leader, the Österreich Stihl and Team Pro Sport racing car, the 423, that stopped. The Tischner E36 Coupe, which we've seen a bit of, the 550, that's made it stop. And so has the Pro Sport racing. That's another Österreich driven car. The 635 CSI, which we haven't seen yet. More penalties coming in as well, with the 535 getting a 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. 635 BMW CSI Coupe. Yes, yes, and thrice yes.
And driven by Kurt Team. Very cool. That's very, very cool. His son Nicky driving for Volkenhorst Aston Martin in the big race later on. In the number 34 car, the Cool Runnings car, as we've come to know it as.
Well, you know why I said that? Because of the colours, the green and the black and the yellow on the front of the car. Opel Kadett coming through. That lovely coupe shape. The GTE or the GSI, depending on which market you're in, and the little A110 Alpine, built all over the world. Built in Spain, America, or South America at least, as well as in France. Remember finding one in Spain. I wish I'd bought it all those years ago on the island of Tenerife. I sat in the car and the roof panel was so thin I could see the sun shining through it. I kid you not. Great little car. The current version of that about to go out of production, I'm hearing from Alpine. I brought one up to the Jim Clark Museum last year and had a beautiful day running around the border roads around Kelso and Jedburgh and Duns. And I have to say, having driven both the classic and the new car, it is a very successful reinterpretation of the car, that new A110 from Alpine. Thanks to Jim Holder from Renault and Alpine UK for the loan of that one. And I have seen now, he was chiding me for saying that I hadn't seen a new Renault 5 yet, the new Renault 5 electric. I saw one in France for the first time last week. Haven't seen one in the UK yet, but I have seen one in France. And of course there's an Alpine version of that as well. Is it called the 590?
A290. 290,
yeah.
I can't wait to have a go in one of those. They look really cool.
All electric.
A little bit of
fuel
coming out of the Opel Kadett, leaking, oh dear, all over the circuit. May have just been overfilled possibly, but no, that looks more like a fuel leak, unfortunately.
Has he had a bang on that corner?
Maybe, but that's not good. You don't want that down on the track.
I know. 90 minutes to go. Hello to James O'Donnell, loving the sights and sounds from the classic racing here. One of the absolute brilliant features of the Nürburgring are the structures. And whether it's just sitting on the top of an RV or something more, shall we say, architectural, There's people who've got full sim rigs in there, showers. This is a proper holiday weekend. Lots of children as well, lots of families I've seen walking around, probably more than any year since we've been coming here since 2007. So it's our 19th English language coverage, the 19th English language coverage and live broadcast. Started just with the radio coverage, and thanks to David King and Aston Martin, as he was at the time, the idea was that it was the week in between test day and Le Mans, as the 114 Porsche moving slowly with a broken rear right-hand light. That car's been in the barrier.
That's a Carrera RS, unfortunately. Oh dear, yeah, something not right at all for Hans-Peter Havdil and Matthias Havdil in that car.
Love the ducktail spoiler on that.
Yeah, very cool indeed. That's an early Carrera RS making its way back to the, I would think, back to the pits as slowly as possible. Good thing is you can cut through and don't have to go all the way around the Nordschleife.
Yeah, just going back to the reason that we're even here. Le Mans test day now, of course, is the weekend before the main race. And there was a gap between them back in 2007, and the Aston team were re-prepping the cars and had stayed on. And so we came and did coverage of this and broadcast it back to Le Mans as well as elsewhere, so that they could hear how their cars were going. And that's how the coverage here started, and gradually expanded to do the full 24 hours. We didn't in the first couple of years. We weren't planning to do it the first year we did it, but we were in such salubrious surroundings in the Aston Martin lounge that we just carried on through the night. And then subsequently, in more recent times, taken on the TV coverage as well, which has been expanded down through the years. Thanks to David and the team, Nico from Nürburgring TV for the coverage this weekend, and all our camera operators, as well, of course, as the excellent work they do through the NLS season, which we've also been covering for quite some time now.
Yeah.
Been great. Thoroughly enjoyed this down through the years. I think this is possibly one of, if not my favourite event now, and a lot of people will be surprised to hear me say that. And the Oscar for the most innovative use of a Coke can goes to the Opel Ascona 1.6.
I notice also on the back of that Opel Ascona A that they've got what looks like a foxtail on the back of it, and indeed a hanging Tasmanian devil toy from the rear bumper as well. There's always a little bit more of a sense of humour in historic racing, particularly here at the Nordschleife.
Yeah. I'm sure David King will be watching and or listening this morning back in the UK, so thank you, David, for everything down through the years, and we do miss you here. Feel free to come back and join us anytime you want. Opel Astra in classic colours. Oh, now that's the sister car to the leader car, isn't it? The 502.
So this is the Griezmann car in the Carrera RSR from the podium positions. So in the pits at the moment, getting service, and that also now interesting, the Menden, the Marcus Menden RSR has carried on, as has the Rudolf Strala Autosport Porsche 964, so they can go a little bit longer on fuel by the looks of things. Well over an hour, in fact an hour and 15 minutes they've been going. So
the lead car that has pitted is the 501 again, so that is still the lead car I think that Ascona Air had what we might call a hairpiece on the back rather than a foxtail.
Yeah, it could have been a variety of things. It was certainly a furry.
Not speculative.
No, maybe not. Maybe not.
Very, very, very packed pit lane with people working on cars, new sets of tyres. There's a mix of cars that have 4 and 5 stud wheels, and of course the centre lock wheels on some of the more developed racing cars from the era. There's plenty of time for the drivers to get in and out. You'll see a lot of people using their iPhones or stopwatches. A very standard looking Golf, the 395, the Fassbender, Stegman and Peters Golf Mark II 16 valve. In that sort of gold, silver, metallic colour. Also in the pit lane is the 964 number 474, the Simon racing car. Now, which of the Kolb is driving that?
Alexander Kolb,
right?
Who's driving that machine. Back again for another year. Porsche 964. Almost got a slight Brumos hint of colours to that, with the blue and red stripes, which are so famous. Should really be running 59 in that case.
And that is Patrick Simon with the headset on next to it. Oft to be found patrolling the pit lane here. I've commentated with Patrick. He's a massive enthusiast. He's got a decent little preparation and a decent set of cars of his own. Get him to tell you about his Ford Granada 2.8 estate car that was an intervention car, and he's found all the original racking etc out of the back, and he's put that back together. It's also, he's got a 635 CSI, I'm pretty certain, as well, and a very, very handy driver himself, as our producer in London, Rob, reminds me. So that was just too much curb from that Golf Mark II GTI. Classic 3-door shape.
Yeah.
I don't hold with 4-door GTIs. I'm going to put that out there right now.
I think it increased. I think, though, I would disagree, because I think it increases the operating window, and it was always designed to be a fast car that you could use every day as well. I think, having owned it, I owned 2 Golf Rs, a 3-door and a 5-door. I can tell you, I much preferred having the 5-door. Just a little bit easier to live with. Oh dear, that Alpha that
that was more than just the right rear, wasn't it?
Yeah, the front of it's quite severely damaged, unfortunately. On that Mark II Golf GTI, Adrien Fourmeau has a Mark II Golf GTI. WRC driver Adrien Fourmeau.
3 or 5-door though?
Not sure.
See, the longer door of the 2-door, I always think makes it look a better shape.
Probably, yeah, probably does. But I think the whole point of it is the hot hatches is that you can use it for everyday stuff, and it's still got the performance when you want it. It's being the Swiss Army knife of cars.
You know, I don't think you're going to change my mind on that one.
No, I don't think so.
You're very good at getting me to modify my views, you and Johnny Palmer. But I'm afraid that is a hill I'm prepared to defend to my last drop of blood. The 3-door
definitely looks better.
hot hatches are better proportioned than the 5s. The leader then is still the 485 coming through Brunchen past a 3-door BMW. No, 2-door BMW, sorry. The only problem with the 3-doors, and I found this on the odd times when I did have 3-doors and I was allowed to park it in the garage when I was still living at home, is it's actually quite difficult to get out of a 3-door or a 2-door car in the garage because of the longer doors. You need to find a little bit extra space to park your car. So the leader then is still that very lovely 911 RSR, which eventually will end up in the hands of Rob Huff.
Maybe at the end of this lap, because Marcus Menden has been going for pretty much half the race.
I think now it'll be handing
over to Rob Huff. And this has been in the diary for a while. We saw Rob at the Dubai 24 Hours competing in a GT3 Bentley owned by Sean Lynn, and it was already in the diary at that point. Marcus wanted to come, he was the owner of the car, wanted to come back and do it again.
Sean Lynn once, in a, I'm sure, a weak moment as we were queuing to get off a plane coming back from some event somewhere, said, well, as you're here anyway, you should absolutely do the ADAC 24H Classic. We've got some cars, you should jump in one of ours. And I went, yeah, great. What? He says, how about BMW M1? I had, I think, 3 at the time. And I politely did. I'm not sure how serious that was, but I politely declined.
Wow. Wow, that would have been special. That would have been very special.
Special is one way of describing it, yes. I don't think I would have done the car, its designers, or its drivers down through the years at all, any service there.
One of the best sounding cars ever
yes.
built, I think, that BMW engine. Quite amazing. Now, so still waiting to see then if Marcus Menden brings in that Carrera, the 964 RSR, and indeed the absolutely rapid Strala 964, number 487, which is could have won it last year. Jürgen Rudolph at the wheel right now, keeping it watchful now. Menden now heading towards the end of the lap. He's in the last sector now. He is in the pits. So Marcus Menden into the pits, and then driver change about to commence. And Rob Huff getting ready to get in. Rob Huff also, I mean, a very obviously hugely successful driver, but now a driver manager as well. He's managing Ronan Pearson in the British Touring Car, in the British Touring Car Championship.
Notice it is pistol grip fill, despite the fact that that is a racing filler, and that will be exactly the same in the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours. So that's Menden getting in there.
No.
That's Menden on the helmet.
Interesting. And the driver
Rudolph was shown as getting out of it.
No, that's Marcus Menden showing as bringing it in.
Right.
Unless
okay.
Rob Huff has borrowed a helmet, maybe. That's strange.
Oh, there's Jürgen Rudolph.
Yeah, who's in the Strala car.
Different yellow Porsche. That was what was going on there. The only thing that's missing, says Johannes, classic intervention vehicles, not even a Jeep Cherokee in sight. Do you remember, Johannes will, the 3-door red, at least it used to be red, Jeep Cherokee, which was one of the, I think they had 3 or 4 of them around here, but they'd all sort of faded over time. But they were here for years and years and years.
That is a bit of a mystery now for that 964 RSR of Marcus Menden and Rob Huff.
Yeah.
So either Rob Huff has borrowed a helmet, or it was Rob Huff in the car all the way in the first stint, and the driver ID was round the wrong way.
Yeah.
Because it's been showing on our screens as Marcus Menden, hence why we've been referring to it as that. But
keep an eye for the. Now here's some news, Peter. The 2 Greaseman cars have swapped positions during the pit stop cycle. It's the 502 now ahead of the 501 on the circuit. And we're waiting for those 2 cars to come round and reassume the lead whilst the other 2 Porsches are in the pit lane.
Yeah, it won't update till they come over the line. The 501 is the Martini car that was leading the race before the rounds of pit stops. So we'll see how that one plays out.
And the 502 is the Greaseman and Greaseman car. Waiting to see them come through. New fastest lap of their class for the Ford Escort Mark 1 RS 1600. That's the 601. Seems to be a bit of a worry with the right rear there. That wasn't going on. Not seating properly.
Yeah, this happened to the Strala car last year.
Oh yeah, that doesn't sound good. There's the 501, and that has gone through. So that's now back in the lead of the race.
Yeah,
waiting for the green 502 to come through.
Yeah, will hopefully correct itself in a moment, as out then goes the 964 RSR, number 485.
I reckon that's second place now for that yellow car. That 569 in the wars BMW has been patched up after that first lap incident. Now the Strahler Cup car goes out behind a lovely bright red Manta. Not even a 400, that didn't have the wide arches, but that was lovely. I remember in road rallying up in the northeast of England, the Manta 400s, you could bring them in from Europe much cheaper than you could buy them in the UK, even in right-hand drive. And there was a raft of them came in to road rallying. My, those things were quick. Saturday night rallying, first car off at midnight. I was on the maps in a Ford Chevette, and I really do mean a Ford Chevette, because the 1256 non-cross-flow Vauxhall engine was not easy to tune, so we did an engine swap on it, stayed in the 1300 class and put a cross-flow Ford engine in it. Required a bit of engineering around the gearbox and bells housing area, a different prop shaft, but it worked.
Beautiful number 507 Carrera RSR of Hessen Hager, brought in to the pits with the full 934 and a half bodywork. No rush in the pit stops. There's a mandatory pit stop time, so there isn't any need to rush. You got plenty of time to do that pit stop.
Has Porsche Rennsport ever been held outside of the US?
No,
I didn't think so. I'm getting Rennsport vibes looking at some of this.
Amazing rear wing on those 934 and a half style bodywork, just absolutely incredible.
And then you go to a much more standard. This is the 471 car with the Ravenol sponsorship on the front. This is a 964 Cup car as well. That is such a classic design, isn't it?
Yeah, very elegant.
Beautiful proportions. The 993 took it on a little bit. That upright windscreen is the design feature of the 964. (993), the last of the oil and air-cooled road cars. There's an elegant simplicity to even inside that car. No buttons on the steering wheel. No aerodynamic accoutrement. Slightly different front bumper. And the rear flap open, on the rear deck open all the time on that, whereas it would only raise above it.
Yeah, they did.
Just listening, that's another Patrick Simon run car, and I think it was just talking about shift points and keeping an eye on temperatures. Caught the end of that. Sorry, Peter, go ahead.
Yeah, one of my favourite 964 Cup stories was one of the original 10 cars that were built. One of them had a Tiptronic gearbox, because they thought at the time whether they would put the Tiptronic on those Carrera Cup cars to promote it. They ended up going for the manual shift in the end, because the Tiptronic was something they were trying to push on the road car at the time. But the Roland Kussmaul performed a comparison here at the Nürburgring on the 5th of June 1990. He did a huge amount of mileage, 24 laps around here with no technical issues. The fastest lap for the manual, around just the Nordschleife, 8 minutes 13. The Tiptronic was only 0.15 of a second slower.
Didn't they
Balterol then raced it here at the Nordschleife in 1990 in Carrera Cup Germany.
Didn't they also have a dabble with PDK in the prototype, in one of the prototypes? I can't remember. It was a
962, yeah. Yes,
yeah.
Here at the.
Was that the Shell car?
On the Grand Prix track.
I don't know where that popped up out of my mind. I defer to you on all things Porsche, but once in a while.
And of course, the history of automatic Porsches here, the Marathon de la Route in the 1960s, the 84-hour event was won by a Sportmatic 911 with Vic Elford on the driving squad.
And also David Hobbs won his class here in a car with the Hobbs automatic gearbox.
Okay.
Which his dad was involved with. He got moved out of the class he was in because they thought they didn't really know what the automatic would do, and he got moved into another class that was, he actually won it and took home some prize money. Great book, by the way, Hobbo's book. Have you read that?
No, I haven't.
I'll lend you my copy next time you're down.
I think it was Rob Huff, although it says Mendon on our timing screen, just judging by the sector times at the moment, I think that was Rob Huff
who started the car.
Did it, although it didn't say so on the timing screen, and then Marcus Mendon has got in.
It was definitely a Mendon helmet that got in with the gold.
Yeah, and there wouldn't be any reason why Rob wouldn't have his own helmet with him. So, yeah, judging by the times, I would say that it's much more likely that is now Marcus Mendon in at the car. Rob, and given that that's not his car, he very nearly had a big off.
But what he didn't do was panic.
True. It was very well held.
You've got to let the car do its thing.
So, on to heading towards the final hour now, well into the second half of the race. We believe that car number 501, the Martini Carrera RSR, is leading the way at the moment. With those beautiful
I'd agree with that.
Martini stripes, which were the history of those Martini stripes are just amazing. In the early 1960s, Martini had a marketing campaign called the Martini International Club, which was sort of a catch-all for all of their sporting activities, which included polo and powerboat racing, motorsport, etc. But they also had their own Martini International clubs, which were kind of like members clubs that were in elegant places around the world. And they had one in London, which was run by a guy called Major Covington, who had to design the club tie. So any self-respecting private members club needs a club tie.
Yes.
So he designed the tie with the blue and the red stripes on it, and that is where the Martini colours came from, and those are the same stripes that were then overlaid on the racing cars. Oh no, the Greisman cars come to a stop at Bridget. No, this was one of the cars in the fight for the podium.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, no. The Greisman car in the Manti colours has ground to a halt at Brinchen. Well, if you're going to grind to a halt anywhere, you will certainly have company there, that's for sure. And you may be offered a refreshing beverage too. But I think the Team Greisman would prefer if that car hadn't done that. It was being a bit problematic from the start of the race, just coming down through Wipperman and S-Bach, and it just seems to have just conked out as the RSR of Marcus Mendon comes around and goes past. Yeah, something not right at all there. A bit of a lock-up on the brakes then as well for the Greisman machine. Ah, that's a pity. And it doesn't look like it's going anywhere soon, John.
No. I reckon that car was probably sitting in adjusted times about 5th. The Mercedes is running again, by the way, after that early stop. And that car is, I mean, it's half a lap off the lead at the moment, but it's on a distinctively different strategy. Another Porsche with problems. The Hawaiian Tropic, bright red number 111 with a right front tyre issue. Coming down the Dottinger Höhe. Now this is a proper battle now. In the top positions, the 485 leading by a minute over the 964, the Jürgen Rudolph car. He's out of that car, we think now.
This has been a quick lap for Ralph Schall in that Mercedes. Unfortunately, problem for the Paul Hawaiian Tropic machine. Oh, it's front left puncture.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying.
Yeah, dear me.
And a buckled rim there as well. So there is crossing the line now is the Mercedes with the 2.5 litre Cosworth.
It's up on the podium now.
Yeah, goes through in 3rd place, having got past one of the Porsches, and is now hunting down the 485 RSR for 2nd. So that yellow Porsche ahead of this group of cars on the Grand Prix circuit. Oh no, tartan green 911
number 724
an ST. That's one of the Kolb cars, isn't it? Yes, it is. So we saw it in the pits earlier on. That's in the early part of the lap. No, it's not, sorry, it's the Sansage Funk car, thank you. But it is the ST. So that's just after Flugplatz and that double apex right. That's not a good place to go off. Little dab on the brakes there. Yeah, that's an understeer off onto the grass and the dirt, and then rattle down the tyre barrier.
That's one of the cars running in the HC81 category.
Beautiful car. The responsible adult will take that one home.
Definitely.
That is absolutely
might get a deal on it right now.
Yeah. In that colour as well. Loves that colour.
It's an amazing battle for 2nd place. Marcus Menden trying to hold off Ralph Schall. Apologies, we did not know that it was Rob Puff in the car because it said Marcus Menden on the timing screen, which is all we can go off. But it's Menden doing a good job to hold off last year's winner, Ralph Schall. This was the battle for the win last year, between Huff went in 2nd that time and tried to close down Ralph Schall as best as possible. As here comes Schall now.
No, wow, on the Hatson back side by side. It's bumpy here, but the Cosworth motor does its job and punches him out into 2nd place.
So that then, Ralph Schall off and running then could this be the recovery drive of all recovery drives from Schall? He was in the pits for a long time. He took a very, very early pit stop after the opening lap. So is he able to fight back? I don't know if he's got the absolute outright pace. His best lap is a 9:34.8. The best lap for the 501 Carrera RSR leading is a 9:17, fittingly. So it's going to be a hard ask, but we've seen attrition in this race. It is a classic event. There's reliability is not as anywhere like as assured as it is in contemporary racing.
That's the theoretical best. That's not his lap. It's a 9:33.407 is the best lap for the 501.
That was his last lap.
That's his best lap of the race. His last lap in the 501
right,
is 10:49.917.
His best 9:33. Yeah.
Just on an hour to go. Oh, something just shorted out there. So we have recovery vehicle heading out onto the circuit. This will be for that Griezmann car then, won't it? The 502.
Yeah, theoretical best for Ralph Schall is a 9:36. His best lap is a 9:46. 9:17 theoretical best for the leading 501 car. 9:33 his best lap. Yeah, so there is still a big gulf in performance in the favour of the leading Porsche.
So coming down to the last hour, the number 511, that is the Team Mittelmotor GmbH, the RSR IMSA car, with the really weird exhaust on the back.
Very strange exhaust. That could well be a noise muffling.
Correct. Pointing it
system.
in, so that it's not pointing at the side of the track.
Yeah, amazingly wide arches on those Carrera RSR IMSAs. Really, really cool looking car. When you the way that the 911 developed at the very top of its at the very top of the categories it was racing. Of course, you could race a 911 and all sorts of things in the mid-70s, but when they started to really push them to the edge, and particularly when it culminated really with the 935, that is one of the most successful cars Porsche ever produced. Completely dominated in the United States throughout the 1970s and early 1980s. Most successful car at Sebring, joint with the Audi R8, and winner of the Daytona 24 Hours for 7 years in a row. It won at Daytona. A hugely dominant machine, and from where it started, where it was the silhouette of a 911 with a little bit of wider arches here, and then it progressed to the last winner in 1983. The 935L, built by Andal, was actually built from the ground up by Andal, and it was made to imitate the Moby Dick that ran at Le Mans in the late 70s. So it developed so much over that time. Yeah, long tail.
That was the car that it was emulating. Dick Barber and Paul Newman, who nearly won the race overall.
Yeah, that was in a Kramer car. Yeah, that was in the K3 Kramer, and then it was won by the Kramer K3. Le Mans 935 only won Le Mans once.
Incredible, really, when you think of the history that car's got and how it's revered.
Yeah, overall that is. It won its class several times, but it won overall 1979. Don and Bill Whittington, Klaus Ludwig. Quite funny story how they. The Kramer brothers said that Klaus Ludwig, their driver, would be starting the race, but Don and Bill Whittington, who were paying for their drive, said no, they wanted to drive because they were paying. And the Kramers said, no, it's our car. And they said, well, how much is the car? And they quoted a price that was well over twice what it was worth. And they said, okay, give us an hour or two. And they came back with a suitcase full of cash and bought the car.
So now it's our car.
And they said, now it's our car. And funny enough, the Whittington started the race.
Odd that, eh?
Yes.
And still went on to win, so it didn't make it.
They did, yeah. And Don Whittington had to really work on quite an improvised repair at the side of the road to get the car to actually finish. It was definitely a race of attrition, that one.
We're keeping our eyes on the bright yellow car, pitting out of the lead, by the way, on the pit stop rotation. One of the last cars to make its first stop is the 717 Porsche 3-litre RSI in the KL32 class. So 501 still shown in the lead after 2 trips down the pit lane. The Menden Porsche in second now. But that Mercedes, we saw that Mercedes going through, didn't we?
Yes, it did. Yeah, Ralph Charles. It doesn't update until they get all the way round to the end of the lap.
So yes.
Yeah, Ralph Charles is off into the distance in second position, net, if you like.
A lot of fast times coming in. The Kiel BMW, the number 562 E36 3-litre M3, 1030.911. That car's fastest lap of the race in the lead of the class, actually, the 59 class. That's number 562 in 7th. Also putting its fastest lap in last time around, another BMW, the 325i. The 2 jokers behind the wheel of the Manheller Racing 560. That's the 65 class second place car. 1011.985. 1008 for the Porsche 964. That's the Kolb car, the 474. That was the car that I thought had crashed, actually, but that was the 724 up at just beyond Flugplatz, climbing the hill there. Driver's left. That was another fastest lap for them. The Brugger Heilberg BMW E36 325i, that's a class leader, the 443, 1026. So there's pace out there as possibly faster drivers getting into the cars now to finish off the last 55 minutes.
Yeah, Ralph Schall, he's getting the hammer down in the Mercedes 2.5 16 valve that he won the race with last year. As one of the other different Strala car, the white Strala car, has gone round at turn 1. Car number 475. It's the Polzner Bury machine in the much more classic Porsche 964 Cup configuration.
And that's, I think, just running wide at turn 1 and trying a bit too hard to save it. The Listerine BMW coming through. And Tim Harvey running the Listerine colours in the British Touring Car Championship.
He did, so did Steve Soper.
Yeah.
The animal.
John Clelland's classic one of John Clelland's classic quotes.
Had the pleasure of interviewing him for a panel show November last year at Lindor's Abbey Distillery with him and...
Did my invitation get lost in the post?
Sorry, well, I was invited as well, but it was good fun. Him and Gordon Shedden had some great stories to tell. They are quite the raconteur. Gordon's actually surprisingly good at telling stories. He had a hilarious story about James Thompson in a Honda NSX company car, which I don't know if you've heard that story, but probably not fit for on air, but yeah, you
can indicate Clelland
next time you see him in a paddock.
Clelland talking about him and Jeff Allen together. That Jeff went on to become driving standards officer at the British Touring Car Championship. Talk about poacher turned gamekeeper. But JC had driven with him, of course, in Australia. So here's the Jürgen Rudolph Porsche 964, the other Strahler car, which as it stands at the moment is in 3rd place, second in class. Now only, in fact, the Mercedes has gone through into the lead. So the Mercedes is now classed as the leader by 13.5 seconds.
The 501 has been in for another stop.
Correct.
So the leading 501 car, previously leading car, 501 car has been in for an extra stop. Now, that could be just because it needs more fuel. As oh dear, oh no, the Mustang's blue smoke coming out the back of it. I really hope that's not leaking fluid.
That's
I don't
both
think the drivers
sides.
realised.
Both sets of exhaust.
Oh dear, not good for that Ford Mustang. So Ralph Schall could actually, after pitting after only just 1 lap, could be in line to win again here in the ADAC 24-hour Classic. Oh, that makes me very nervous. Has to.
Yeah.
I don't know if the driver's aware of it though.
He's pulled to the right. I think that Mustang is coming in. Yeah, is doing. If you're just joining us, good morning. Just after 10:30, actually 24 minutes to 11 here in Central European summertime. Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh with a leisurely start to our duties for the 53rd running of the Ravenol ADAC 24 hours here at the Nürburgring. You'll have Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden for the main race warm-up coming up in a little over an hour. And then Johnny Palmer with Ben Constanduras and Joe Bradley starting the race. Busy weekend of sports car racing on both sides of the Atlantic, which has cost some entries here. Just the one BMW in the main race. You're only just joining us this morning. And good morning to you from a beautiful Eiffel. Yeah, that's oil overflow somewhere. Is that just coming out of the breather pipe and funneling its way underneath the car? Maybe. 289 cubic inches. No substitute for cubic inches. Lovely Mustang.
Very nice. I like the colour too. The duck egg blue colour.
Baby blue Mustang.
Very nice. Yeah. There's the Ravenol BMW 2002 of Ape Share. Cracking on, and we couldn't figure this out whether it was Frank Stippler's brother or Frank Stippler's dad that she's sharing with, but it is a Stippler. That it's not Frank. He's probably a little bit busy. Sitting
6th in its class at the moment, that car, so not quite on the podium. Beautifully prepared, little dent in the back from earlier in the week. I was told it's not damage, it's patina on that car. Love the round rear headlights.
Ralph Schall is really pushing on.
Yes, he is.
Putting in personal best sectors, and he's pulling away from Marcus Menn, and the gap's only 13.4 seconds. The question is whether Ralph Schall has the fuel to get to the end, whether he needs another stop, because pitting after just one lap is unusual, I would say, in a 2 hour and 40-minute race. But, you know,
unless he's
part of the strategy.
Unless he's got some kind of Bowser halfway around where he's doing sort of in-flight refueling. I can't see how that's going to work. But I've been wrong before. So Mercedes, Porsche, 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 BMW, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, 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 BMW, Porsche, BMW, 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 Volvo in 21st position for the Pro Sport T240T Group A car. Great to see that out here.
Very, very cool. Yes, I was a big Volvo fan when I was younger. Yeah. My dad had a Volvo T5 Estate, baby in a kind of like a turquoise colour. Yeah. P-Reg, we called it Tony the T5, and it was a quick car. In fact, it was a lease company car, and after 3 sets of front tyres, the lease company refused to pay for a 4th set of front tyres. It was just very, very aggressive on its front tyres. But anyway, because of that, when we went to go and watch the British Touring Car Championship at Knockhill, which wasn't far away from where we lived at the time, Rickard Rydell was driving the Volvo S40 5-cylinder, and the sound of that car, Rickard driving it with that blue and yellow helmet, he was the man. I'm sorry, John Cleland, if you're listening. My dad said you got to follow the Scots. I was like, no, Rickard Rydell, he's the man.
So what year would that be?
97,
yeah.
98? Yeah.
I did a lot of work with Rickard and the Volvo team that year. We visited an awful lot of Volvo dealerships. Had with that S40, that 5-cylinder engine, which made its way into the 2nd generation of RS Focus, of course. That straight 5.
Of course it did. Yes, of course it did. Yeah, very cool. Very, very cool car.
The straight 5 had there was 5-cylinder Audis as well, of course. Straight 5 Audis, inline Audis. That just had a completely different bark. Odd numbers of cylinders. I've got a 3-cylinder motorcycle, a Triumph, which I really must get sorted. Brunchen, and that is where the demise of the number 502 Porsche, the Griezmann car, is being attended to. Now they're lifting that car. That's transmission then.
Yeah, because it did grind to a halt quite quickly, and I also spare a thought for the recovery team. They're charged with lifting a very, very pricey car.
Are we talking 7 figures there?
No, not quite, but you're talking, well,
high 6 figures.
It's a very, very valuable car.
Starting with an 8 or a 9?
Maybe not, but it's still a hugely valuable car. As valuable as a modern GT3 car.
Okay.
So, but a lot more fragile.
And as ever, the font of all knowledge, Johannes, thank you. Herman, father of Frank, is the stippler in the BMW.
Wow, there you go. You were so Frank's 50. So good on Herman.
Not in his head.
No, definitely not. No, for sure not. Winner last year, of course, of the 24-hour. Must be one of the oldest winners of the race, actually, at 49.
Well, they wait till this year.
Well,
that would be a story, wouldn't it?
It would be, yeah. And in the Mustang, of course, this year.
Yeah. 3/4 of an hour still to go. And the leader, the Mercedes-Benz 190E 2.5 Cosworth, heading down the Dodiger, headlights ablaze. Can't wait to see the recreations of, slightly earlier than that car that we're going to get in the SPX next year.
it's the Evo 2 that it's the...
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
So it's like later, right? Okay.
Yes, exactly, yeah. Kalle Rovanperä has one of the original cars, Evo 2, with a big wing on the back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a pretty choice collection, the double World Rally champion.
He
Do you know what his daily driver is?
Lancia Delta?
GT3 RS, 992. Visac.
It's not a daily driver. Certainly not if you live in Northamptonshire like I do.
It's more civilised than his company car.
Yeah, but the suspension travel on his company car is more what I need when I'm in Northamptonshire.
True. Ralph Schall into the pit. So he was on the 8th lap of his stint. So this was always going to be the case. He surely needed to come in for fuel, and indeed he has had to come in to the pit. So that would then put Marcus Menden back into the lead of the race as
and
he comes
there he
through
goes.
now.
Yeah. So we are waiting to see how long it will take to service that car. Checking the tyre presses, more fuel going into the big bends. What an extraordinary project that was. Mercedes have done some wild and wacky things down through the years. Remember the C111, the project for the 100 kilometers per litre car, the little aerodynamic thing which was built. And then you look at that, the 2.5 litre 4-cylinder Cosworth. Oh, now leader just getting cut off by one of the BMWs there. There was a raft of that yellow coloured BMW started together, and the leader knows now that this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity. Got to make the time now, and then let Ralph Schall chase you down. Can you imagine? I mean, we look at that car now and it looks incredible. There goes the Strana car through in second, so that's a change there. We look at that car now as a racing car and think it looks pretty funky. Imagine those on the road. There was a lot of that dark grey brown colour ones that were out there, and quite incredible to see them on the road with that high rear wing, which they had.
Yeah, the 996, and it went through into the 993 as well, where you get the 993 RS.
I'm talking about the...
Oh, with the Mercedes. Yeah, likewise. Yeah, same idea. Yeah, same idea. Very much a racing homologation special with a high rear wing. Looks absolutely immense. So Ralph now has got his sights set on Marcus Menden in the lead of the race,
and he's got 40 minutes basically
to try and run it down. Yeah. So
Bernd Schneider, by the way, was 54 when he won in 2016.
Okay, right. So that is quite a record.
I didn't pull that out of my head. That's Johannes again.
No, yeah, there you go.
Thanks, JJ.
So Stippler not the oldest to win it
yet.
He's going to have to keep going.
Why do you think he's keeping going?
He hasn't lost any of his.
I don't think so.
Of his edge at all. When he gets in the car, you pay attention.
I was fortunate enough with Patrick Simon, funny enough, to be at the Hockenheim Ring at the end of a DTM series a couple of years ago to see the last Audi TT Cup race. Or at least it was meant to be. I think they stretched it one more season after that. So, as they thought they weren't going to need the cars, they did an Audi Legends race in the TT Cup cars. And, I mean, it was a who's who. So, Christensen, Capello, all the big names from Le Mans, and Stippy was there. And who won?
Stippy.
Absolutely took them apart. Took them apart. Absolutely brilliant. It was a bit of fun until everybody got out on track, and then it got really serious, and he was imperious. Had barely had any time in the car and was brilliant. Massive talent, Frank Stippler. Great success he's had down through the years, but even then, probably not, again, one of those drivers who's not been appreciated, certainly not outside of Germany, as much as he should have done.
Probably not. I mean, won the Super Cup as well, you know, and yeah, won the Super Cup, won the Carrera Cup Germany. Yeah, very strong, very strong driver. But yeah, maybe didn't quite get the opportunity. I think sometimes when you're as good as he is at this particular circuit, the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which of course has a championship that runs with it, and of course this big race, the 24-hour, you know, sometimes if you're that good at this track, you then focus your season around those races.
Yeah, true.
And if you, whatever manufacturer you're driving for, he was affiliated with Audi for a long time, they want you to be at every time they're racing on the Nürburgring, so, and therefore then you can't commit to a full season in other ways. So you become a complete legend here, but maybe, like you say, aren't appreciated like you should be on an international scale. But that doesn't mean that you're not as accomplished an athlete, because what Frank's done at this place is quite amazing.
In 77th place, a bright red Opel Ascona with flared arches. Absolutely incredible. I'm loving that. How have I not seen that one before? This is an Opel Ascona ANM. Well, that was a tight release in the pit lane. That'll be being looked at. Beautiful bright red in the sunshine, round headlamp model.
Of course, the Ascona but developed all the way through to the Ascona 400, which was a very, very strong rally car. Won the World Championship with Valterol. Oh no, it's the Ravenol car, the 964 Ravenol is ground to a halt. I pick exactly where that is, 14 kilometers in. So that's around sector 6, so this should be around Kesselchen?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just before Kesselchen.
Good call. Climbing the hill. Well over the driver's left, but that will put
it's probably when the engine's most under stress.
Yeah.
Up the hill.
From Bergwerk and all the way up there.
Yeah, there's a great video online of Hans Stuck doing a commentated lap of his pole position lap in 2004 in the M3 GTR, and he said, you know, you can't have enough power going up the Kesselchen, more than 1,000 horsepower ideally.
Yeah, adequate. So that is, and we've also got a yellow flag at Schwalbenschwanz as well, further round the track. That is because we've got the recovery of the Greisman car.
That'll be a moving yellow flag. That'll just make its way around the track.
Correct. Spot on.
They've got it on. They've got it on safely onto the flatbed. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. That's
as can the insurance company.
A precious piece of racing history there.
But isn't it great that it's not just gathering dust in someone's collection? So now we know what the problem was. It was a left rear drive shaft failure or a suspension failure. That's why it ground to a halt so quickly. Couldn't see that side of the car. But isn't it great that these cars aren't just gathering dust or being polished within an inch of their life every 5 days in somebody's collection and put in a glass box? This honours the car, the designers, the drivers, and the mechanics in period, and I like to see that.
And it brings it to a whole new audience as well. You know, there's still, you know, some people might have seen the cars race in period, but as time goes by, there's less and less people around that have seen these cars race in period. They've read the book, seen the photographs, but to see them out there being driven properly around a proper circuit and to hear them exactly, you can't hear it through the book, can you? And that is, you know, I was born 1990, and you know, a lot of the, you know, my favourite Porsches were built prior to that, and a lot of favourite cars were built prior to that. So when you get to see them compete, well, that's what the events like this do, to bring these amazing machines in. Big respect to the owners, particularly, you know, Marcus Menon there getting it up on the curves, a little bit of a wiggle in that 964 RSR. I'm sure he gets dealers phoning him all the time wanting to sell that car because they know they can. It's a highly collectible piece, and yet here it is racing on the Nordschleife.
It's magnificent to see, really is. History in motion. Absolutely incredible stuff. And good morning to you all who are joining us. Tommy G tuned in, Thomas Rica as well. What a lovely day to enjoy racing action from the Nürburgring. Hashtag for us is RSL19N24. It's our 19th time here at the North Loop. Well, actually, we're on the Grand Prix circuit, but for the great race on the Nordschleife.
And who's going to win tomorrow at 4 o'clock?
Well, Johnny Palmer has confidently said Porsche at Midway Motorsport. There's one BMW in this race for reasons that we've discussed before, but if you're joining us now, the clash with the Salem 6 Hours of the Glen basically meant, and this has been admitted by the team manager, which I think is brilliant, that they ran out of works drivers. They would have ideally liked 2 or even 3 cars here. They have a car. It's another one of the cadet coupes. I was going to say 3-wheeling, but that was 2-wheeling. I think, and I'm just saying this, that might be a little bit too stiff, and those wheels might just be a little bit too large of diameter.
Possibly.
For that car. So BMW running out of works drivers. There's one BMW here. So they do not have the advantage of numbers. So they've got to have a clean race. But I don't think you can call a works entered and driven BMW for Rover Racing a dark horse. But I am saying, watch BMW. I think that car gets to the end, it will be in the conversation.
Yeah, their hand is, as whatever their hand is, whether it's a good hand or not, it's the most concealed hand I think I've ever seen coming into a 24-hour. I mean, they weren't at the qualifying race.
No.
They haven't been out on track much. But they didn't qualify for top qualifying. So, you know, it will only know in a couple of hours after the start of the race where they are. So, tell you what, the 485 RSR being pushed on hard here as, oh dear, another Porsche. Number 663.
Beautiful.
Oh no.
This is a lovely 911 RSR. This is the Freres car with the additional lights on.
That's a very early RSR too.
Yeah, it is.
And my favourite RSR, I would say.
I love the fact.
No.
Oh, it has hit the barrier as well. We couldn't see the right-hand side. Those sepia extra lights with the backs painted the colour of the car.
It's taken the hit well.
That's at the end of the Hatzenbach, isn't it?
I would think that's the whole act. It's uphill, so it's quite significantly uphill. I think that's whole act that's happened.
All right, I'll give you that.
But it's hard to tell from the camera shot we've got, but if we could see a kilometre board, I'd be able to know. But oh, there.
Half an hour left.
I'm pretty sure that's what act. Yeah, that fast left then right. Oh, that hurts my soul seeing that.
Yes.
The early RSR. That would be my choice. I think it's very, very cool. So half an hour left. Marcus Menden leads by
4 laps, maybe, depending on where the leader is.
Yeah, and leads by 1 minute and 19 seconds from the number 501 Carrera RSR, which has had an extra pit stop, of course, but is a significantly quicker car to the tune of around 9 seconds a lap. So, depending on, this isn't done yet. Then not far behind about 16 seconds behind the 501 is the Strala 964. In fact, was the Strala 964 because Ralph Schall's got back going again. So Ralph Schall is in 3rd place now. It's all change. And we have to wait 9 minutes or 9 to 10 minutes until it updates, because it only updates when it comes round to the start-finish line. But hopefully everyone's had their last pit stop now, so we'll get a clearer view on things. Double yellow flags being shown at... Oh no, it's at Brunchen. It's down at Esbach.
Ah,
yes.
Aha. Yes, that makes more sense.
Yes.
I don't think that car's coming out of there.
No.
He'd be better off going and turning it around on the grass.
The rear right wheel looks very damaged though.
Yeah. I love the way that the tow vehicle has pulled up next to the incident whilst towing a BMW at the same time. I've only got the one tow rope, mate. I'll be back for you in a minute.
Yeah, I'll be back in a second. Those Tiguans get worked hard, don't they?
Yeah.
The DMSB machines.
There used to be XJ Cherokees, 3 doors, loved them. All right, getting a push here. Do you know what? That's still got air in the tyre on that right rear. Right, needs to straighten his wheels up. Straighten the front wheels up. I think he's spinning the left rear. Can't get it up the hill. Either turn the wheel to the left or straight ahead, and you've got half a chance of getting that out of there, I reckon.
If this were a rally, there's plenty of fans close by who could push the car, but of course in a circuit race that's absolutely not what you do.
Right.
Oh dear.
We'll be back later.
Yes.
Don't go away.
Don't go anywhere. We'll be fine. We'll
Thanks
come back
for your
again.
call. Your membership is very valuable to us. Oh, late top up of coolant on one of the Opel Cadets C coupes, later car. Do you know, there's people here that just want to be out there, don't they?
Yeah.
They just want to be out there doing it.
What an experience. Sunny, Saturday morning
we did
on
think
the Nordschleife.
We did think the warmer temperatures might make some of the cars struggle. We're going to get a drop of oil in there as well. Yes, we are.
Shell oil going in there.
That'd be Shell Helix then, wouldn't it?
Yeah, just a little top up, enough to keep it going, get to the end. Tell you what, if you've got a car that can make it through a classic car that can make it through 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing around here, it's been well prepared. No matter, and it's been well driven too. You need much more mechanical sympathy.
You've got to have that mechanical sympathy here, don't you? Still waiting for. Was that a Honda that just went through?
I'm not sure.
Like a Honda Civic or a Rover 216 or something like that. I didn't see that on the entry list.
Well, there's 194 cars. It takes quite a lot of keeping on top of. See, fans already keeping themselves refreshed.
Oh yeah.
Despite, what time is it? Just after 11 o'clock in the morning. And everyone getting their vantage point ready. Just under 5 hours until the start of the big one. The 53rd running of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. It's Marcus Menden leading the way in the 964 RSR up towards the carousel.
And we'll get an idea at the end of this lap of just how far the Mercedes has dropped back. But it's got to be somewhere near 100 seconds, maybe even a little bit more. Came into the pits for that second pit stop. The leaders are going to go through with one pit stop. They pretty much split it exactly in half. It was an hour and 20 to go, wasn't it, when they came in?
Yeah, that's right. So should be able to do that. And you would think then that also at the rate that Rob Huff was driving, he'd maybe use a bit more fuel too. So if you can make it halfway with Huff driving, you would think it shouldn't be too much of a problem for Marcus Menden. Amazing that, like you mentioned earlier, John, the structures that are built up around the circuit here.
Oh, it's incredible.
For people to enjoy. There's nowhere else in the world like it.
Satellite dishes.
This whole event, everything about it is just different. If you think it's a 24-hour race, how different can it be to Spa or Le Mans or Daytona? You just have to come and experience it. I cannot stress it enough. Tell you what, the Martini 501 isn't a massive amount behind the race leading cars. Now coming through the carousel, it's going to be a big ask, but I think they've got 3 laps to go when they get to the line. So that could well be enough for the Martini 501 to run down the Menden RSR.
I still think you can't count out the Mercedes either.
No, which is coming through the carousel now, so it's definitely in the fight as well. Maybe doesn't quite have the outright lap performance of the Martini car though. I
think the problem's been that they're all running about a minute to a minute and a half slower than they could do because of the slow zones and the yellows. And of course, everybody can only go through the slow zones at the same speed, so it disadvantages the faster cars more.
Yes, because it gives them less opportunity, less mileage to run it down
at full speed.
Yeah, so but I think it'll be a fairly short slow zone at Brünnchen for that RSR, which is being towed across the road at the moment with a brief respite in the traffic as the Tiguan Plus pulls the
DMS
away.
Yeah, so the DMSB passenger who tried to push that car out, basically, like a taxi driver said, I can't take you right now, but one of my mates will be along in a minute.
Just stay
I'll
by the
phone
rank.
it in.
Yeah, amazing.
You stay where you are.
Those are busy machines, those Tiguans, pulling cars to places of safety.
If you're joining us and you've not watched Nürburgring racing before and you're going,
what's going on?
Why haven't we had a red flag? Why haven't we got a safety car there? It's just not how it's done here.
No, it's everything about it is different.
Yeah, in some ways it's a throwback, Peter, because what you're saying is to the drivers, we're going to treat you like adults. We have rules here and you have to abide by them. If you break them, the penalties will be punitive, up to and including removing your permit to race here, even including during a race. And we've already had one driver that's happened to this weekend, and it might have easily been two.
Could have been more, yes. Definitely could have been more, quite surprisingly so, actually. But that's the way it is. It's no, we see it every year. There's at least one or two who will be effectively parked up there and then, because I've said it before, this race, this track particularly, is a piece of automotive history, but it's a part of the automotive fabric that we have to preserve. Everybody has their own little part to play.
Correct.
In keeping it, you know, we have a job as broadcasters to describe and to try and relay the excitement of being here and the race that's going on, but also that, you know, the drivers have their responsibility, the race control do. Everybody has their own little bit of responsibility. Even the race fans here are notorious for, not notorious, they're well regarded for leaving the place as they found it. Yeah. All these structures go up, they come back down again, they leave it well. So that is also part of it. It's a beautiful natural area here in the Eifel region, and we have to look after it, because this is, if we didn't have the Nürburgring, boy oh boy, would motorsport and the automotive world be a poorer place.
And nothing like it will ever be built again.
No way.
I mean, the region helps, and the roads around here. You've got to remember that the layout of the track here was built to replicate the character of the local roads, and any time you drive around here, even at 50 or 60k, never mind at 100k at the speed limit, you realise why this area has produced drivers and why this circuit is as it is. Oh, big moment for the Listerine BMW. Is there going to be a thud at the end of the screech? Oh no, that isn't the Listerine car, actually. My apologies, that's the 326. It's another one of the 325i cars.
It does look a bit Listerine-esque.
Yeah, it was the blue colour on the top.
Bell-off S, one of the fastest corners on the circuit. Not where you want to have an off. 21 minutes to go then. Marcus Menden leads the race in the number 485 Porsche from the chasing 501 Martini Carrera RSR by 57 seconds. 3 laps.
That's coming down.
It is. 3 laps. To close down 57 seconds. Now, in terms of their theoretical best, they're actually very close, but in terms of outright best lap time, the Carrera RSR, the Martini, is 11 seconds quicker, but even with that gap, it's going to be tricky to run down that gap. So Marcus Menden's just got to try and get it home here as best as he possibly can. They came close last year, very close to winning over Ralph Schall, but just came up short. And this time, well, Menden and Huff wanting to set the score, set the story straight. Down into Arenberg then. Very, very tricky through there, because you come through Schwedenkreuz so fast, and trying to get the car slowed down for Arenberg is always tricky. Then, just when you think that was fast, you go down the Vauxhall, which at the bottom is one of the fastest points anywhere on the circuit. The GT3 cars are carrying 275 kilometers an hour through that compression. Just let that one sink in. And it's not a wide piece of road at all.
No. But I said nothing will be built like this. I mean, in terms of the length, the topography that it goes through, it would be a huge undertaking now, and I'm not certain there's anywhere in the world that you could build something similar. So we do have to keep it. And let's not forget that quite apart from the racing, the automotive manufacturers who test here, and I know that there is a huge debate about whether the times here at the Nürburgring that various manufacturers do are worth anything. It's not just about that. That this is the ultimate country road that goes nowhere. It has everything. It is your favourite country road where 99% of the time there's nothing coming the other way, and you can drive round and round it as a test driver, as a tyre manufacturer, as a spring or damper manufacturer, or as a car manufacturer. You can set your drivers off around here, not necessarily trying to break the lap record for front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, electric or whatever, but there is absolutely nothing like it that can give you the variety in one spot where you can have a support truck in the middle of it rather than having to be 100 kilometres down the road and hope that the guy gets there. It's an incredible facility. Incredible facility.
It is, yeah, totally agree. 18 minutes to go then, and looking at the sector times, the 501 Carrera is taking decent time, about a second and a bit in the first sector, then another 2, then another 5. So yeah, it's about 8 seconds so far on this lap, and that is only about halfway around the lap. So
wow,
it's coming down. It's coming down. It's going to happen.
The Mercedes is not closing as much. It is closing on the leader, but it's not closing on the second place car.
On the Martini Carrera,
yeah.
No, definitely not. So this could go well down to the wire, and also, yeah, Marcus Mendini might be having to just be a little bit softer on the fuel as well. You never know.
The last lap around was the new fastest lap of the race, a 9:31.363. So that gives you some idea of the amount of effort that's going in to driving that number 501 RSR.
Yeah, 22 seconds closed in on that, because the Menden car, I think, must have got caught in the slow zone, and the Martini car didn't. That's just part of the luck of driving here at the Nürburgring. You sometimes you get caught in it, sometimes you don't. It usually comes out in the wash, but that can sometimes play a factor on how the results play out. Beautiful day to go racing, as Menden now heading through down through Wipperman and towards Esbach and Brunchen, down towards where a lot of the fans are. Meanwhile, the chasing Martini car clatters into the carousel.
Stuck behind the Tischner M3. Now goes by as it pops out of the carousel like a cork from a bottle. They'll be so patient around there. It's when you see that 501 Porsche going in there, Peter, he's lifting the left front wheel off the ground, and it's not dropping in, he's crashing in to there. That gives you some idea of how hard they are trying to get back on terms. The Shell Mercedes 190E might have well, let's see when they come across. Is it close enough to catch the Menden Porsche just coming through now? And that was caught behind that Golf GTI in that silver gold colour.
No, the Menden Porsche leading the way is, at the moment on this lap, the 501 Carrera RSR Martini in second is closed in about 15 seconds on this lap, through about 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah.
So, yeah, call that it's, I tell you what, if at that rate, it's going to be close, actually.
It is going to be close.
The Marcus Menon's just going to keep his head down, keep hitting his marks. And I think if he does so, if he doesn't actually make an error, he will have enough in hand.
And we should say those three cars, the 485 Porsche, the 501 Martini Porsche, and the 516, the black Mercedes with the yellow livery on it, they're all class leaders. 67, 38 and 65, make of that what you will. The next class leader is the 964 in 9th position, the Friedhof driven car, and then the 423 Pro Sport Volvo, knocking on the door, the top 10 by the way, that Group A Volvo 240. Another RSR 3 litre, the number 911 is in 12th, that's a class leader, as is the 443 BMW E36, which is now, with some cars stopping ahead of it, is now up to 12th position. The triple Fisher driven 325 BMW, 18th now and leads its class. The E30 325, the Beals driven car, leads its class in 19th of number 400. And the Remele Fish Opel Kadett C is in 23rd position and leading its class. That's a heck of a run through.
And there's a lot of exotic machinery here too. So you know, a car like that to be there,
that's brilliant.
Quite amazing. So there's this coming through sector 7. There was a slow zone yellow flag there, which equalised the pace. In fact, actually, Marcus Menon went through a second quicker through that 7th sector. So the Martini, the chasing Martini Carrera RSR, wasn't able to use its superior pace because they were under that slow zone. So through they go. Then it will be 2 laps to go, with Mendon already onto the Grand Prix track, whereas the Martini RSR making its way up towards the end of the lap. The gap will have come down, but by how much, that's the question. Over towards the line then comes the Martini machine, roaring over the line, and the gap is 42 seconds.
Oh wow.
Okay, so it has the pace eased off
2
that
laps.
last half. 42, this is going to be close. This is going to be really close. 42 seconds. The difference on their last lap was between the two of them a 10:08 for Mendon and a 9:52 for the 501. 16 seconds, but that's with the slow zone. If that isn't in place when they come around, that will give a big opportunity for the Martini car. This is going to really come down to the wire for sure. No
mistakes here for the leader in the 485. We saw this last year with the 485 being the hunter and running out of time. Now the roles are reversed, although it's another Porsche rather than the Mercedes that is in the fight. The Mercedes in third has just gone through, also in a 10:08, so is 96 seconds behind the leader and 54 seconds behind second place. So I don't think that one's going any higher than that.
No, not without problems for the cars ahead. I think on pace, you're right, John, definitely. But interesting.
And actually, of course, in this race, the checkered flag comes out on time. So even to have a chance, depending on when the checkered flag comes out, you've got to be on the same lap as the leader. You will not be given another lap.
Possibly that could be the case too, yeah. So just through the Grand Prix track alone, the 501 Martini Carrera RSR has taken 5 seconds out of the leading car. So that puts it down to 37 seconds, roughly speaking, because we only get the timing point at the end of every lap. So that is, this is going to be super close, super close.
So I reckon the leading car is going to be about 3 minutes into the lap when the checkered flag comes out. So the top 5 or 6 will get the extra lap because they'll go through before the checkered flag comes out. So I'm just trying to work out if there's any big battles there that might get split up. I don't think so, because there's well, the closest lap class battle is between second and third in class 38, which is the Dürner Motorsport RSR in the IMSA Mittelmotor car, and that's 15 seconds, and they're 5th and 6th, and they're going to be tight to whether both of them get onto what will effectively be the last lap.
Well, at the front of the field, it's going to be very close because, like I said, through the Grand Prix track, 5 seconds gain, then another 4 seconds gain through the Hatzenbach, so call that 9 seconds. So the gap is now down to, call it just over 30 seconds. It's going to be so tight. Of course, the 501 Carrera RSR had to take an extra pit stop, using more fuel than the 964 RSR of Marcus Menden, but just fantastic. This is, I mean, you don't actually have to have wheel banging side to side to have a good race. This is a proper time trial of a race. Fantastic stuff. Through then now into a long sector 5, which is through Schwedenkreuz, then all the way around to Bergwerk. So there's a lot of corners in there, a lot of straight line too. It's going to give a chance for that Martini machine to close the gap down even more.
And let's not forget as well that the third place Mercedes-Benz going down into the foxhole now has been driven solo in this race in the heat. I mean, lovely to have gorgeous weather here, but it's much warmer than we are used to when we race here in early May at some times. So that is an Ironman stint by that number 516 driver.
Yeah, Ralph Schall. Last year's winner, did that last year too. Big moment for the Strala 487 coming through Schwedenkreuz. A lot of traffic going past one of the Porsche 911s.
And the Ford Cortina.
Yeah, which must have nearly got blown off the road there by the really quick Strala machine, which is now up to its top speed of the race, 272 kilometers an hour at the top of the Dottinger Ho. Amazing. So that Strala machine is the 487, correct? Correct.
That's another car that has been driven solo, I believe. Or did we see Rudolph get out of that?
No, I think we saw a driver change with that one.
Yeah, correct.
Patrick Kolb's driving on his own.
Yes.
There's quite a few guys driving on their own, actually.
He's not going to get onto the last lap. He's too far back to get on the last lap, so he'll finish on 15 laps, but the leading cars will get onto the 16th lap.
I think Marcus Menden would really prefer not to have an extra lap, because I think that's going to be the difference, because
his big problem is he can't slow down enough, because he's going to come through with about, I reckon, with about 2.5 minutes to go.
Something like that, yeah. At the moment, coming through Sector 5, he lost 10 seconds through Sector 5. So the gap is now, I think the gap's now down around 20 seconds in real time. So we'll get a confirmation of that when they both come over the line to start the last lap. But the Carrera RSR being, I mean, visibly way quicker through the carousel.
Incredible.
Being driven very hard indeed. And this is the amazing stagger that you get in historic racing, how the Menden and Huff team, they decided to put Rob Huff in at the start to try and get the car up into a good position, and then the less experienced driver gets in. It seems that with the Martini car, they've got a pretty good driver lineup all the way through, actually, but it's being driven hard. Lots of personal best sectors being shown too.
It is Le Mans Classic this year as well, and we'll be on site for that to bring you coverage on the Saturday and Sunday. So much interest in this type of racing nowadays. 4 races for the Nürburgring Classic Series next year. I'm very excited by it. Dates are out, by the way, so you can go and have a look. Plan your trip down here. Now, number 48 reported to the stewards for what we know not what. Double yellows again. This is not helping the chase for the win. The leader will be delighted to see that. The second place car, not so much.
That's at Flansgarten.
That's 20 seconds, the gap now. That's 20 seconds of me counting in my head. So, give or take, okay? But I'm normally pretty good with that. This is a long set. Oh, he's closed in. He's closed in a lot.
That's nowhere near 20 seconds now.
I reckon that's about 13 or 14 seconds by the time they came through that yellow. Wow.
Yeah, I think going into the slow zone there, Menden maybe a little bit tentative and lost time.
I think he got caught behind other cars who'd slowed down further.
Yeah, and that's just unlucky.
That's the look of the draw around here.
Yeah, there's a bit of a viral video going around of Frank Stippler in a similar situation during the 24-hour race last year, where it was a code 60 and they weren't doing 60, and he was going absolutely bananas at the wheel of the car, and understandably so, very frustrated. Now there's almost nothing between them now, 4 or 5 car lengths, if that, as the Carrera RSR Martini looks like it's going to take the lead of this race before we go on to the last lap. Back to green flag they go, and straight line speed wise, I would think that the Martini car will have it pretty much licked there as they come down the Dottinger hole. Yeah, here comes the Martini car.
Side by side, the Martini car staying well over the drivers right now, cuts back to the left, didn't want to give a tow to the yellow car behind it. As they go past into the no, they can't go past the BMW because there's a towing vehicle there, and they'll have to wait. That does give one more chance to get back in front for the 485, the yellow car in second position. This is really interesting to see how these two cars are performing, but the yellow 485 that Marcus Menden is driving is very quick in the draft.
It is, yeah, sticking in behind, but lap time wise, it's and very good in the slow speed stuff too. As here comes Menden.
Is the leader pulling into the pits?
No.
Oh, I thought he was going to the right-hand side. This then will be the start of the last lap, and the two Porsches are battling for the lead. Incredible stuff. The Martini car leads out down towards the first corner, up the inside. He's the bright yellow. They're going to be side by side. They're going to touch. They go wide off the track for the leader. That was a big send from the second place car, and then wheel spin at the back, and that will be the end of that, I suspect, as the Martini car pulls out. It was a desperate lunge down the inside with two extremely valuable cars.
Oh my. I'm very heads-up driving from the driver in the Martini Carrera RSR, because he actually straightened the wheel up. You could see the yellow car of Menden coming through and just decides to open the door to avoid an incident. That's very, very smart. If he'd kept turning in, that would have been a T-bone accident, and Ralph Schall would have come by saying, thank you very much, guys. But, oh, last lap battling here in the ADAC 24-hour Classic. Fantastic. Love it. Through goes the Martini Carrera RSR number 501. While a three-driver trio, excuse me. There, Andre Kunkel, Michael Funke, and Heiko Hamel all have had their turn in the car, of course, because they've had 2 pit stops, 3 stints, and just tearing off into the distance.
I think they drove in that order, by the way. So I think it's Hamel in the car now.
Okay.
We have no way of knowing.
We do not have any way of knowing, no. But
how do you sum this one up then, Peter? I mean, all the classes we haven't been able to cover because there's been so much going on. I'm just watching people coming across the line. The interest for me is going to be whether the battle between the 507 Porsche, the Motorsport Club EV, and the Mittel motor car gets across the line. Yes, it does. And they're absolutely together with the 67 Porsche as well. That's the Rudolph started car, the 487. So there goes those two. Now, where's the IMSA car? Because they were only 15, 16 seconds apart. It's now 18 seconds, but they have all got on to what will be the last lap.
So it's still busy traffic to get through for your race leader now.
It's not over, Peter.
No, it isn't.
One slip.
One slip.
One wheel on the grass.
Yep, that's it. One missed gear change, and that's it.
A yellow flag withdrawn after you've gone through it, and the chasing car gets a huge advantage.
Yeah, just like the chasing Martini car got in the last lap. Menden unlucky there, very unlucky.
Yes, I agree.
With the slow zone, unfortunately. But that's, yeah, it's part of the game. And is it going to be another close but no cigar for Menden and Huff in their Carrera RSR, in their 964 RSR, excuse me. It's the Carrera RSR out front.
Checkered flag coming out in 3, 2, 1 now, and the first car that will see the checkered flag going across the line now, I think that was the 911 RS, the white car that went through. That's second in its class, and now of course can't improve, so that was from 10th. So the top 9, oh no, I'm going to take that back. I think the 474 didn't get through either, unless they already weren't on the lead lap. Well, there are still potential battles, as one of the Renault 5 turbos has right rear suspension damage, I think, although they did used to slip pretty low down, but that looks a little too low for my liking. And I'm not sitting in the right-hand seat, so before anybody says that, that's nothing to do with me.
No.
So the
checker flag is out, but not for those who did not take it, if you like. So you're going to keep going towards the end. It was, I think you're right, it was that 911 RS Vice for number 811 Polzer and Stiluski with a 9:51, their best lap of the race on the last lap there.
The Mercedes-Benz is very, very close now to the second place car. I don't know what's happened there. The second place car is now shown at 1 minute and 7 back. So have they had an issue, or is that just a...
That seems strange.
A glitch of the timing? Well, he's not 3 seconds ahead of that Mercedes, otherwise we've been able to see him.
No, that's very odd, because they crossed over the line and it was, you know, 0.285 or something like that. It was very small.
Have they got a penalty?
I think it's a penalty, yeah.
It's a penalty?
It's got to be a penalty.
So it's a penalty. So I reckon that's a minute's worth of penalty.
Yeah.
For the number 67 car.
So that might have been a penalty that they... the amount of minimum time that they would have had to serve in the pit stop, maybe. Could have been something like that. So what it means, but it doesn't... in a way, that might have been worse if they'd won on the road and then had that penalty.
Well, they're all class winners, as I said before, the top 3. The interest will be then is whether that 487 Rudolph 964, whether they can get somewhere near. No, they're 43 seconds, 48 seconds back, because that would be a class win.
We shall see, but what we do know is that Martini number 501 Carrera RSR coming around through Klostertal and up towards the carousel for the final time. What a drive by this trio. I mean, the pace that they've been putting in, and some of the sector times, when you compare it to an absolutely up-to-date contemporary GT3 car, it's not a million miles behind in certain parts of the circuit.
And apparently Peter has claimed that car as his own.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's now yours.
It's definitely in the right colourway, that's for sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
there's not much cooler than a Porsche in Martini colours.
Particularly with that darker blue on it, I really like that.
Yep.
That's very good. I'm now thinking about stripes on mine, you know that, don't you? Yeah. Take it to Le Mans next year and we'll put the stripes on it.
Put the stickers on, yeah. Good idea. Good idea.
Hello to Dan and everybody at Stickers 4 and Stickers Up for Le Mans. Getting back in harness after a week off. Well deserved as well. And I mentioned at the start of this programme David King, who set this crazy coverage for English language that we have now in motion in his tenure at Aston Martin. David's watching at the moment. Just timing this right to get this one done before the test match starts again today. I know he'll be watching that with one eye on the 24 as well. And I said we'd like to see him back, and I hadn't realised he was at McLaren now, so congratulations on the new appointment, David. And let's hope to see you back here in the near future. Literally would not have been here without the input of Mr. King, and I was very honoured to be there when they won their class with Peter Kate, Jamie Chadwick and Alex Brundle. That was a very emotional moment. This race brings out such emotions, both positive, negative, sometimes all at the same time as well. And what a race this has been. 2 hours and 40 minutes with nearly 200 cars starting this race. Many of the drivers for whom just getting to drive on the Nordschleife in a car that perhaps they admired in their youth or they've had in their family for a little while. There'll be stories right the way through. And here are some more penalties coming through with a time replacement, some bodywork at the start of the Dottinger Hohe there with a flag and the rubbish on the track. So I think there's bodywork, etc., all the way down the Dottinger Hohe. Different, very different goals being set through this particular race. Like the one at the front, which has been a super drive, Peter, has been in a fantastic car.
They have, yeah, the Martini Carrera RSR, car number 501, takes the checkered flag here in the ADAC 24-hour classic. Congratulations to Andre Funkel, Michael Funke and Heiko Hamel. Fantastic performance. Had to take an extra pit stop to everybody else, but their pace has brought them out on top, and they win this year's edition of this amazing event.
Second, but winning their class as well. The yellow number 485, Rob Huff started it. Marcus Menden finished in the bright yellow number 485. Where's the Mercedes-Benz? That will be a class winner as well, Peter, but a little bit further down the track. 1 minute and 26 seconds. This is going to be tight, actually, for second overall, because the penalty's been applied. But, of course, the Mercedes-Benz, here it comes. This is going to be closer than it really needed to be. Not sure what the infringement was, but that clearly wasn't 90 seconds between first and second. So the penalty applied there, and for second on the road... second
double yellows, though. Double yellows, so Ralph Schall's having to slow down.
That might just cost him.
It could do. Double yellows waved on the Dottinger Hohe. There's a BMW that's ground to a halt just on the driver's right before coming through Antonius Bucke.
And they weren't there when the leaders came through. There was a green flag just after the piece of red bodywork. Oh, that's the bonnet. That's the bonnet of the BMW that's pulled over, isn't it?
Another BMW bonnet blows off. There's your headline.
BMW bonnet blow off bonanza. So here's the Mercedes coming through. I should have put a stopwatch on it. I've got my stopwatch on my wrist as well. And my chronograph on this weekend. Checkered flag is out, so we'll see. It will automatically adjust on the timing if you're following along online. Comes through now, and that has cost, because it was down to 3 seconds and he was gaining, and it ends up the gap between second and third at 26 seconds. But they're all class winners, the top three, the two Porsches and that Mercedes.
And it's a non-respect of flag signal was the penalty for the 485 Carrera RSR.
So they were never going to win on the road with that.
But it hasn't actually cost them a position in the end. No. But you hope that won't be. That might be points on the ring permit, maybe. But
yeah,
amazing stuff in the classics, though. Two cars that were on the podium last year, and indeed the Martini car taking the win this year. Fantastic. Three very well prepared machines. To make it around 2 hours and 40 minutes of racing here is very, very impressive indeed. 194 cars taking the start.
And there's people doing their fastest laps on their last lap. Brilliant stuff. Warm up for ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours is at high noon, and Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden will be taking you through that. Just waiting for the rest of the cars to come through. It's going to be a pretty tight turnaround, actually.
Will be, to get everybody over the line and get things cleared up. Yeah, so it might be, might be tricky to get warm up off on time, but if anyone can do it, it's the circuit team here at the Nürburgring.
Yes, yes. Well, some of the cars, obviously, who went across the line when the checkered, when the time elapsed, some, 10 minutes ago, they will have already been pulled off the track. And with typical Nürburgring efficiency here, we've already got the first and second cars, both class winners, as we mentioned, in the pit lane. And now we see the three drivers together. Brilliant stuff. Well, they've had a good morning, haven't they?
They certainly have. And one of the drivers with proper Martini Racing overalls, too.
Oh, you'd have to.
Of course. You have to, definitely.
I don't think I can get into my Gulf overalls anymore.
I haven't got any overalls. I do need to get some, though, I think. So, big push from Marcus Menden. Gave it all he could. But unfortunately, just coming up short of that absolutely enormous pace of the Martini Carrera RSR. Just that little bit too much to hold off.
Another flag signal penalty of 1 minute and 7 seconds for the number 400 car, and that's already been applied. They were further down the field. Yeah, some good stories to tell here, Peter, isn't there?
There is. Yeah, there is, all the way through. You think, yeah, just in the paddock, imagine the atmosphere when everyone gets back to the garage and they're all talking about the race.
He's been given the hurry up here in the Mercedes.
Wants to take on the wants to take in all the applause and adulation, does Ralph Schall, proper stalwart of this ADAC 24-hour classic. Wasn't quite able to repeat the victory of last year, but hopefully he'll be back in black again next year. Thirsty work.
Oh yeah.
In any car, but I think in a classic probably even more so.
Still on time for the new start.
So drivers will get to enjoy the spoils on the podium. Wrestling, imagine that, wrestling a big Porsche 911 around for 2 hours and 40 minutes. That is hard going.
The danger, of course, of having such a long lap is if the leaders get around, as they did, with a couple of minutes on the clock, you run over just a little bit. However, hearing from race control, we will still start the next session on time. Just checking these penalties coming in to see if it's affecting anybody at the sharp end, and it is not.
Ralph Schall finally makes it back.
Yeah, he'll be getting told off. He will be getting told off.
So you're milking this now, Ralph?
Yeah, come on, Ralph. Class winners, all of the top three across the line. I'll give you some unofficial results. The 501 Porsche from the 4A5 Porsche, then the Mercedes, the 516, the Ralph Schall car. He's getting out there with these Mercedes-Benz overalls on as well. Very nice. Second in class 38 was the Derner Motorsport Porsche, number 507. They were fourth across the line. Third in that class, and there was only 10 seconds between them at the end, the Middle Motor GmbH IMSA RSR. Then a further 1.5 seconds further back, the 487 Rudolph Porsche. That was second in class 67. And in point of fact, both of those Class 38 cars got past the 487 on that additional 16th lap, and Rudolph had this lift right off on that last lap. Maybe they were tight on fuel, but the car that he was battling with for second in class had already taken the checkered flag on the previous lap, so it appears that there was a lap between them. It wasn't quite how it played out.
That's a shame for that Strala 487 machine, because it's an absolute rocket ship down the straight.
Yeah.
It's got a very...
Second in class, though, to the second place car.
Yeah.
To the Huff Menden car.
Yeah, which was driven very, very well.
So they were 3 minutes, no, call that a minute and a half back on the class leader. Porsche, Mercedes-Benz. So much of the history of this place has been written by those marks.
Yes, it has. Yeah, for sure. I mean, Porsche, so many triumphs here. I mean, in the NLS particularly, I mean, Nürburgring Langstrecken series, they've got over 230 overall wins, nearly 4 times the nearest manufacturer. Just so long as their history, and how long they've been making cars that privateers can buy off the shelf, and with a little bit of preparation take racing. And the Carrera RSR that has just won this race was what you needed in the mid-1970s, and indeed if you wanted to do that in the early 1990s, late 80s, early 1990s, you bought a 964 RSR.
Yeah. So congratulations to everyone who got their cars out on the circuit. The formalities about to get underway here. A reminder of what comes up for the rest of our international broadcast, both on radio and TV, is the 53rd running of the RAVENOL ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and the team getting limbered up to get out on time, and all of the cars here already being fettled in the main pit lane, with Peter Mackay and me, John Hindhoff, stepping away for a moment. It'll be Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden when we fire the audio and the video streams back up again just before noon. Waiting for the podium ceremonies to begin and give our drivers their just desserts on the end of our broadcast. That'll happen in just a few moments' time. Stay with us throughout the next, well, 30 hours or thereabouts by the time we crown the new champions sometime after 4 o'clock on Sunday afternoon. A brilliant opener to the end of, or to the morning, should I say, for Peter Mackay. I'm John Hindhoff. Thanks for being with us. It's the warm-up next.
Well, a very, very warm welcome to the Nürburgring. This is the start of the longest day. It's a Saturday morning and it's warm-up. 40 minutes for the cars that have had so much drama already through practice and through the various qualifying sessions. And unfortunately, we've lost one of the front-running cars, struck from the record, not going to be taking part, the Sport PHX Audi. Porsche, I beg your pardon, that Lawrence Van Tor had a big tumble in yesterday out at the back of the circuit. Schwedenkreuz up to Arenberg, one of the favourites out. But right now, it's getting out onto the circuit. My name is Bruce Jones, and alongside my regular Nürburgring mate, Peter Snowden. Conditions look perfect. What's the purpose of the warm-up?
Data collection yet again. Thank you, Bruce. Very kind intro there. I wasn't sure. I was a bit slow. I wasn't sure it was me you were talking to. Thank you. Yeah, there's always data to collect. We saw this at Le Mans last week, didn't we? When we had Hyperpole, and then followed by FP4 afterwards, and we said, why go out? And even Cadillac, that had locked out the front row, said, you never stop learning. You never stop learning. No matter how many rounds of NLS to do before the N24R, this isn't, of course, a round of NLS, but they still go and gather data. It's a 40-minute session, so you're going to get 5 laps, maybe 3, 4 if you count an out and an in, etc. And it's not many. It doesn't sound like a lot, but of course, in terms of kilometres under the belt and data on the laptop, 3 laps of the Nürburgring is 75 kilometres.
That's a factor that always needs to be brought up, because even though we've been doing races here for a very long time at Nürburgring, it still stands out. But talking of standing out, you could pull some names out of the hat before arriving, but Kevin Estre would be the one you'd be looking for. You'll go in the sweepstake, and he absolutely delivered in top qualifying last night. A few of the other qualifiers had their own problems and were demoted, but at the end he was took pole by over a second. Okay, it's an enormously long circuit, but just under 26k. But there's something about Kevin Estre, and you had a very good point talking before we came on air. He was a bit busy last weekend, as were an enormous number of the drivers, particularly now GT3 is one of the classes at the junior class in the Le Mans 24 hours. But of course, he was driving a prototype, so he's had to completely change the chip in his brain. The circuit could not be more different, but he came here and bang.
I think it's just a barometer of how the top drivers operating at this level, anybody, whatever the sphere would be, whether it's a yachtsman or world-class athletes, cricketers, tennis, concert pianists, whatever. If you're at the top of your game, you're at the top of your game. And a measure of that for me was Estre last week at Le Mans in a Porsche 963 hypercar. The car gets disqualified from qualifying, put to the back of the hypercar grid. Therefore, he has to come all the way through. And did he? Of course did, because it's Kevin Estre. That's what he does. And then he comes to Nürburgring. Okay, he does know the place. You could say it's his job, dismissively. It isn't that easy to go from Le Mans in a hypercar to a week later the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, in a GT3 car, and he's still at the top of his game.
And talk about taking part in the unholy trinity. He'll be racing next weekend at the Spa 24 hours. I mean, there's never been a year when you've had 3 24-hour races at absolute tip-top level in consecutive weekends. There are going to be a lot of very, very tired drivers after that, and some probably popping on planes to go to the far side of the world to race something else. I mean, such is the spread of GT3.
I think there's 6 drivers I know of, 6 or 7 that I know of, that are doing all 3 events. And again, in different cars, different circuits, different sort of setup, and they will have earned that August break, won't they?
Oh, they certainly will. Not a bad grouping of circuits.
No.
Le Mans, like it. Nürburgring, like it a whole lot more. Spa, something completely different. Last year, the weather came to play here at big time, of course. It was the year of the fog, only 50 laps covered, and the race called early. And ironically, at that very moment, you'd already nipped out of the commentary booth to go and get some fuel for the car for the journey away. And you said, not far from the circuit is full sunshine, but we, the cap of the fog, sat atop the circuit on the start-finish straight. As we started packing up the booth, we looked up, looking across the start-finish straight. Good grief, we could suddenly see the main tower again. It was changing, and as we drove away, we felt almost fraudulent, I recall. But anyhow, that was 2024. This is 2025. Still waiting for the time to start coming in. Let's just focus the minds. Of course, the fastest lap in qualifying, 8 minutes 12. It's a long, old circuit, but right now, looking at the weather conditions, it's hot. It's hot across all of Northern Europe at the moment. That's going to be something the drivers don't really feel too great about, but you just got to get on, haven't you?
Yeah, I mean, I suppose relative-wise, you think about Le Mans last weekend, we're talking, call it 3:25 for a lap around Le Mans in a hypercar. So around here, a hypercar, probably 6.5 minutes, let's say. So they're 2.5 minutes slower in a GT3 car, and a totally different setup as well. And so much to learn. There's nowhere to relax on the Nordschleife. That's the point. There is literally nowhere to relax, and we're just being treated a little bit of onboard footage at the moment with, I think it is the Estre car, 911, get Grello, going up towards the carousel. And I say this time and time again, it's a ribbon of tarmac between nothing. You have this, you barely have a car's width of grass either side, and then the barriers.
It's a thin ribbon.
It is the smallest, infinitesimal little safety net at the side of the track, and it's the highest part of one of the highest speed parts of the circuit.
And don't forget, of course, they're not just racing against other cars in the SP9 class, which is the nomenclature for the GT3s. It's air towel down to cars with an enormously inferior performance potential, but being driven to the edge of their potential. So this factor, and when you look at the circuit on a beautiful sunny day, you get lots of areas where there's the sort of stroboscopic effect of the shade from trees. So that's a tiring factor. Then at any of those patches of shadow, it could be a car that's limping home slowly, or just simply that's its top speed, and you're coming past potentially 60 miles an hour faster. So your point about never having a point to relax is entirely true.
A friend of mine who you've met asked me the other day, he was a massive cricket fan, so he's off and doing his bits at the moment, and he said, so what is it about this the Nürburgring 24? What captures your imagination? And I said, exactly what you just said. Right, I said, you've got the top drivers. I said, you've not just got 24 other cars around them or thereabouts, you've got 24 or more other classes, and you've got 24 hours of racing to do that in. And you've got to compress all that in and be on your toes all the time. That's what you've got to be aware of.
The teams also, you look at many points, you look at the World Championship, if someone pulls a very early pit stop, they're desperately trying to work out where that car's going to slot out back into the traffic. Will it be ahead of a group or behind a group? But in this, I mean, the traffic is everywhere. Could you get a gaggle of cars that delay you by 2 or 3 seconds a lap? Easily, several times per lap. So it's really, it's I think almost more of a gut feeling. It's a bit of an imprecise art. Of course, you can look at all the tracker maps and see where gaggles of cars going around. But with a field of, well north of 100 cars, it's going to be very, very busy. But that's the playing field.
I think it's almost a slight reverse for the strategists in this sort of racing, certainly in these 24-hour events. So you don't have that luxury of finding a gap to slot them into. You slot them in and then work out what to do with it and how to make it work best. Plus, given the length of the race and the other cars, what are they going to do? And you said that's before you allow for other cars, different classes, different speed differentials. And I always try and steer away from the phrase slower cars. Yeah. It's not fair. They're as fast as they can in their class. They've just got a speed differential, which is hugely important. And that's why these guys have to have this permit to understand that. And that's why you have to do certain levels, lower categories, if you like, that speed difference to understand it. And before you get into a GT3 car, which always gets all the attention. But the GT3 cars have to get their way through all the other traffic. But have no doubt about it, those other cars are just as instrumental in making that happen and work as those GT3 cars.
Yeah, there will be times in the 24 hours ahead where we both, and probably everyone commentating, will call them slower cars. You just lapse into that. There's no offence meant, so do please understand that. Right, cars still being brought in after that, the classic race, still being towed in. So a few waved yellow flags at various points around the circuit, meaning, that first lap, first flyer as it gets to be completed will not be a super fast one, because also it came from the standing start from the pits. We'll see what the pace is elsewhere, but people setting good sector times include Thomas Priding, Manti EMA, so that is a car that's
Estra's
just
teammate, yeah,
exactly, Kevin Estra's teammate, and another car going well is the Rover Racing BMW M4, driven by Augusto Farfus. Now get this, Farfus has been doing this race seemingly forever, and several more days thrown in for good effect. And he was a winner a very, very long time ago. I'm going to slide down through something like 2004. I did write it down yesterday. But, the spread of drivers in this race, to win this race is an extraordinary feat. You have to remember that, because there are so many things around the Nürburgring that can trip you up. It could be the weather. It could be a puncture right at the start of your lap. You only have 26 kilometres, limp home, don't worry, you won't lose much time, and so on and so forth. But several drivers have sort of risen to the top time and time again. Those are the ones you have to doff your hat to. Well,
I've just waxed lyrical about Kevin Estra, and to put that in perspective, such is the quality of the drivers in this field. When did he last set pole here? 2014, 11 years ago.
What was he driving? I shall tell you, because it caught me out. It was a Durr Motorsport McLaren.
Yeah, it's a McLaren, wasn't it? Yes. You never think of Kevin Nash from McLaren.
No, you don't.
No, we've got a very slow Sven Miller.
Sven Miller is just, well, that's obviously what it means.
Yes.
You're doing a little bit of translation as you go. Now, is that a problem, or, well, certainly I would have thought it probably is a problem, because he's keeping out of the way. He's moving, again, that's the knowledge of the circuit.
So that's the 33 Vulcan Porsche, 33 and 44, they're two numbers they often use. Yes, and he's pulling off to the side of the track there.
What's the warm-up for? I'm just going to go back to that original question.
Not breaking a car.
Right, this is a car that's qualified 4th on the grid. Nico Menz was driver at the time. And just to let you know the order on the grid, it's the EMA Porsche number 911 on pole. Thomas Neubauer, fantastic run on Yokohama's to take put his Kondo Rinaldi Racing Ferrari second. 3rd on the grid, Maro Engel, Get Speed Mercedes. That looks pretty ominous as well. And then 4th is the car that just pulled to the side of the track.
Metzgersfeld, that pulled off at, and we've been treated to some onboard footage there looking inside the car at Sven Muller, and he was clearly in communication with the team because he was nodding and pressing buttons on the wheel. So hopefully, it certainly wasn't an accident. He was pulling out of the way under its own steam or lack of steam. Suggests it might be, let's say, an alt control reset type thing, something that can reset. But that is worrying. You said, what is warm up for? And you go out, just go settle the car in, ready for a few hours later when you make the race start. Just that final adjustment, a little bit of temperature, understanding what the circuit's like, and it stops. And is it fuel? Is it a fuel pump? Is it something simple? Is it electronic? Has a fuse popped? Or is it something more terminal? And your heart must sink as you sit there just going, it's just a 40-minute warm-up. I was only going to do 3 laps.
Right, so you've done all that effort in qualifying. You've qualified 4th fastest. The car will be brought back to the pits. Can it be fixed in time to get out onto the grid? Because you have this enormously long procedure ahead of the race, which is effectively an hour or so. The race start is at 4 o'clock. But does it mean all your efforts are for naught and you're going to have to start from pit lane? Obviously, you've got the field of cars will set off in groups, so the high-performance group, the SP9 class cars will go first. But it could be a tiny part of the car. It could be an electrical gremlin. I hope it's something mechanical. They're easier to sort out. But fingers crossed for the team, because, I mean, what a blow. Again, a lot of those people, a lot of the drivers in that grouping, 33 Porsche, that's driven by, obviously, the driver who pulled off, Sven Muller, Alessio Picariello, Nico Menzel and Julian Andlauer. You know, Andlauer absolutely flew at Le Mans, didn't he, for Porsche? But there it is, pulled off at Metzgersfeld, and already there's a vehicle to start turning it clear, but that's effectively to get it clear and behind the barriers, but it's still a very long way to get it back to the pits. And don't the teams have to learn where the rest of the internal roads are around this circuit? Because if you've never seen the Nürburgring Nordschleife before, you can be a very, very long way from the pits. And certainly some points you'd have to get the cars, you'd have to know the rescue routes, and you didn't have half a clue where your car is when it's being brought back. But anyhow, it is what it is.
Well, better news for the Muller family. Dirk Muller in the 63 HRT full performance Mustang. Whilst he has pitted, he is currently the fastest car on the circuit in the warm-up with an 8:19.538. He has pitted. Second place is the number 11 car, which is the Janis Fritcher-driven Mercedes AMG.
Yeah, just for clarity,
Schnitzel-Aum car, that is.
The parents and Dirk are different Mullers, so they're not brothers by different mothers, or maybe they are, but they're not related. Put it that way.
Smith in English.
Or Miller, even.
Yeah, Miller, exactly. And the other Falcon Porsche, number 44, with it's Tim Heinemann, isn't it, at the wheel?
Tim, yeah. Well, he knows this circuit supremely well. He's done an awful lot of NLS Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races. And again, if you're coming to this as the opening round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge, because you've heard of the Nürburgring and a lot of your favourite drivers are racing here, but you've never seen the Nordschleife, this isn't the only time this year it gets used. It's used effectively about 7-8 times with this, not in the championship, but it's in the middle of the season. It's, of course, the big one. The other races, probably 4-hour races. We rather nattily call them the NLS. It's the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, the long distance series. And one of the many great things about it isn't just the circuit, it's the way that it's run, and it's the way that drivers who want to take part in this race in the top class have to come and learn their craft. Not in the cars they'd be racing here, the GT3 cars that should be called SP9, the Nürburgring, but in cars of a lower nomenclature, no performance. And you sometimes flick through your list early in April and you've got down to about car number 184. You go, good grief, with someone like Jack Aitken in years gone past. Top drivers, so it always pays to read your NLS entry. But once they behave properly, you get the green ticket.
One of the things I love that warm-up brings up is not everybody goes out and has a run at the same time as normal. It's a bit of, not a free-for-all, but it's a little bit more informal, shall we say. Fourth fastest currently is Ben Leuchter in the Max Cruise Racing Golf GTI from Alternative Fuels category. So we've got a Golf. It might be a minute slower than the GT3 cars. A minute round here is not a minute somewhere else. That's a very, very credible time. You've got 3 GT3 cars up there and an alternative fuel-powered Golf.
And now it's not just because it set its lap very early on. It's actually faster than some of the GT3 type cars. So, but wait and see, because actually now the times are starting to flow. And it seems like we've forgotten we've even started this session. It takes so long for some of the others to come through, because as they peel out of the pits, you can't all leave at the same time. So necessarily is that sort of the opposite of a concertina, an elongating effect as the field strings out. So it's a bit like on the opening lap of a race. You might be almost as quick as the person in first, but you're 8th and you're therefore about 16 car lengths behind, even if you're running sort of line astern. Right, quicker times are beginning to come through, but at the moment it's HRT Ford Performance. That's the Hout Racing team, founded by Hubert Hout. So much success on this circuit, and then since then in his business career and running the Ford Mustang. So the Blue Oval gang will be very happy indeed. But really the story, if you're just joining us, whetting your appetite ahead of this afternoon's 4 o'clock kickoff, local Central European time for the 24 hours, is the number 16 crew have been withdrawn. That's really unfortunate. A very large shunt yesterday for Lawrence Van Tor, a winner, don't forget, in 2015. Patrick Pilet out, Patrick Niederhauser out, and Ricardo Feller out. And Pilet and Feller have also won the race. Feller in 24 last year, the foggy year, and Pilet in 2018. But Pilet is down to drive 2 cars, so he's fortunate. He's got another opportunity in this race. So again, spreading his skills.
Isn't he in the 911 Porsche with Estra?
He is. He's in the Manthey EMA car. So he was in 2 Porsches. One was entered by Shearer Sport PXX. So for Shearer Sport, last year's winning team, they've actually just got to concentrate on their number 1 Audi, and that's setting some decent sector times at the moment. But it takes a lot of sector times to get around and complete your lap, and it's still the Ford at the top, Ford Mustang of Dirk Muller. So long a Ford man, so long before that a BMW racer, of course, as well. But the session nearly at its midway point, so it seems as though not a lot of people have set a time. But again, if you weren't rushing straight out of the pits, you will still be coming around to complete your first flying lap. You've done your out lap. The flying lap is the one, obviously, that gets on the board. And for those that are out there and have had problems, I'm looking at you, Falcon Motorsport, with your number 33 Porsche. Let's hope you can get it fixed. But then again, if you decided not to run, that problem could have risen just at the start of the race. So again, it does have a purpose. Porsche's looking very tidy, but they're not at the top. It's the Ford Mustang at the top, number 63 of Dirk Muller. Second fastest, a man who knows this circuit forward, backwards and sideways. And it's Kenneth Heyer, the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelarm Mercedes. 4 seconds slower. You think that's night and day. Just remember, the circuit is 26 kilometres long, or in old money, getting close to 16 miles. So it's an awfully long circuit. This combination of the first part of the Grand Prix track and then going out onto the real stuff, the full metal stuff, the Nordschleife itself, those 2 lefts, the last time you breathe as you go through Sabine Schmidt's curves, it gets really properly seriously. I just love that first sector out of that, when you go through Hatzenbach and Hocheichen, and then it gradually opens out Kittelbacher and away. But that first section through Hatzenbach, no wonder about 45,000 people put up their tents, their trucks, their hot tubs, their dry ice machines, and they sit there with their cold glass of beer, or glass of cold beer if you want to put it the other way around, and it's just a brilliant place to watch the cars.
Well, there's so many layers to being a perfect spectator area there, isn't it? Because the grass banks are elevated, so you can actually look down on the track, so you get to see them appear. They come through Sabine Schmidt's curve, as you said, off the Grand Prix circuit, relatively slow, 180-degree hairpin, which you always say it's the gateway to the Nordschleife. It's on the GP circuit, the sanitised bit, where there's massive wide track, huge gravel areas, runoffs, all sorts of big safety net. Yeah, I jest a bit, and all of a sudden there's this pinch point, and no better name could have been chosen to start the transition from the GP circuit to the Nordschleife than Sabine Schmidt to right, now focus, boys and girls, this is the real circuit. And you suddenly get this roller coaster of lefts and rights and don't forget, as we said last time, there's bits of curbs you can and cannot use there. A track walk around here takes a day, effectively. It's good for the boys, though, good for your step count. But the spectators can sit above, and stand above, and watch these cars coming through here. And of course, that first lap is the one where you get a little bit of freedom for the top class, as in the fastest class cars, the SP9s, GT3 cars. They'll get effectively about a lap of running, lap and a half maybe, of running with themselves, and then you start to get to the back markers. Very quick little stat for you, very interesting to hear. We talked about Kevin Estre being on pole, finally, after 2014. When was the last time a race, an N24 was won from pole position?
I did look up that figure, and it's something like 14 or 15 years ago?
2008.
In my money, that's roughly 14 or 15.
Yeah, I didn't disagree.
With a little change.
Yeah.
I was just actually thinking when we were talking about the sort of notion of going around the Grand Prix circuit, and then you get to those two lefts named after Sabine. I ought to explain who Sabine Schmitz is.
Yes.
Was, because alas, we lost her to cancer a handful of years ago. She was someone who literally was raised on this circuit, did so many passenger laps, but also a two-time winner of this very event when she raced under her maiden name of Sabine Reck. Both times in a Scheid Motorsport BMW M3, and 1996 and 1997. She became especially well known in the UK when she joined the Top Gear crew a long time ago and just did fantastic stunts. Real personality, enormously missed. But just going back to the point about leaving the Grand Prix circuit and then it suddenly gets series, I can just imagine a friend of mine going, yada, 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 ooh. She does that quite a lot. But it is just magnificent. And today the conditions are tip-top perfect from the driving point of view and possibly the tyres point of view. They'd rather like the temperatures to fall by about 5 degrees.
But you finish my point very quickly on that last time from pole position, 2008. It was Mark Lee, Roman Dumas, Tiemann Bienhardt and Marcel Tiemann driving a Manthey Porsche.
Exactly. So these things, sometimes a thread runs through something, and you cut Olaf Manthey in half, you cut the Nürburgring in half, cut Porsche in half, put them all together, you've got 1.5. But it's right here. You don't just keep winning events
By accident.
No,
it doesn't happen. Great shame, as you say, to see the Shearer Sport Porsche ride with no Shearer Sport PHX as it was Phoenix, now Shearer Sport PHS. Synonymous with Audi, which is why it's slightly surprising when you said about Kevin Estre earlier driving a McLaren all those years ago. I've forgotten he'd done that. He must have been in kindergarten at that point when he was driving a McLaren. Didn't even know they made McLaren race cars then when he was that young. Shearer Sport, Audis running that Porsche. They've won a round of NLS this year. Great shame to see that car out. Is it a Porsche one this year? I don't know. You cannot discount Manthey, Shearer. The Mustang looks to have the pace. Has it got the endurance? I don't know yet. It's not. I'm not doubting it. It's a question mark still. It's certainly got the pace, and in some ways it shouldn't have. Looking at the technology and the ethos of that car against a modern Porsche, big front-engined Mustang. Does it work? Should it work? I don't know. An Aston shouldn't work on the same basis. AMG, Get Speed, Mercedes and others, Schnitzel, should they work front-engine? And that's one of the things, again, I love of this. You've got such variety of thinking and design philosophy. We put them on the track and they still all work. The Mustang, I think, I wouldn't discount it for a very good finish.
Another element that we have to knit in is tyres. We have so many, they're on Yokohamas. Were those particularly good for qualifying? Well, you have to say they are, because though that qualified easily just inside the top 10, the number 65 Ford, the best of those, the car second on the grid also on Yokohamas. That was the Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. Thomas Neubaert, excellent young French driver doing the job there. But what's the relevance of qualifying? It's how your tyre's going to work across the 24 hours. Of course, it gives you a foot up if you can qualify at the front of the grid. It means you might get out of the trouble on the opening handful of laps. It buys you an advantage. But so many things to consider, and we're very, very accustomed to having multi-class racing across various championships, but they're on uniform tyres. This place, of course, you suddenly get a temperature swing, and we've seen this over the years here when it gets to nightfall. Tonight, I don't think it's going to cool down too much, but other times it has, and suddenly one brand of car may be on a particular tyre, and suddenly they come into it. They get their sweet spot is until it warms up again on Sunday morning, and it does look as though it's going to be a very warm summer Sunday here as well. But
well, that leads me very neatly into a comment that was made by Estre after pole position yesterday, was that the temperature, total contrast to last year where we had the shortest race on history delayed by fog, and not very good temperatures, to say the least. Then we went racing. This one, so far, all forecasts predict it's going to be a really, really hot one, which has a totally different effect on the cars. Obviously, the tyres, degradation's a big thing, so the drivers need to manage those tyres more than they would normally. And of course, the engines operating at these speeds and temperatures for longer, they're racing machines, they're thoroughbreds. They have a very small operating window. That's why they don't like really ticking over that well and that kind of stuff, or often won't restart because they're too hot if they're spud and stalled or something like that, because they're not road cars. They're absolutely not. They have a very, very small competitive operating window. That's changed because of the temperatures. It's going to affect things enormously. I think we could see a whole load of variables into this race.
Well, so that, I say, fantastic, because, I mean, that's the nature of the game. You can come at things from all angles, but the Nürburgring 24 hours, over the decades, it's risen, it's fallen. Sometimes you had some incredibly competitive crews at the front end, but not a lot of depth in terms of quality at the top end of the field. There's always been depth, because the fields have always been enormous. But you have to say, the last 10 years, this event has got better and better and better. There have been spikes before when you've got works teams and top privateers teams at the top, but the spread of GT3 as a sort of global formula has enabled more and more cars to enter the top class here, and that list I think we've got 20, I could do the numbers, 27 cars, I think, in the top class. However, we mustn't forget that an awful lot of other classes up and down the field. I mean, the Cup 2 class, Porsche 911 GT Cup class cars is chock full, etc., down through the classes. And in fact, that one, quite often, they get to lead the race early on, because they make their first pit stop after the SP9 GT3 cars do at the front of the field. So they get their moment in the sun, very, very competitive, always close in times in qualifying. But you have to, I think, to really enjoy this race, I think you need to decide, when you're watching, you can draw up, wherever you are in the world, you can draw up the live timing, so you can scroll up and down, choose a class, take a look at a class, and you go, oh, let's look at the Porsche Cup 3 class. There's so many things to look for, and we can't tell all the stories as they unfold. We'll try and pick out the top ones, but there is such diversity in this field, and I tell you what, if you go and look at the entry list, you'll find some very well-known names dotted the whole way down the order, so a lot to look for. Don't just follow the images on the screen, go and find your own stories, and I think you'll really find it very, very rewarding indeed. The one thing I don't think you'll find, unless there's a sudden thunderclap overnight, it does look as though the weather should stay hot, hot, hot and dry for the remainder of the race. And with that, the thunderclouds rolled in.
Exactly. As our colleague, and I don't want to steal the thunder, see what I did there, of our colleague Joe Bradley, more of whom you'll hear later during the race weekend, he always describes sports car racing, and especially a 24-hour race on a circuit like this, on this theatre, it's a high-speed game of chess. And I've often used that line, so I always credit you for it, Joe. But it is exactly that. It is a high-speed game of chess, because just when you think you've got the advantage, or you haven't, somebody else is watching your strategy and thinks, hang on, we'll take advantage of that. It's like we were saying about, you don't have that luxury as you have in other series, single make series with, say, a control tyre. There's so many variables that somebody's been doing something, we'll take advantage of that, and it may not appear to play into their hands right now. It might even take a whole stint or two to come out. It might be 4 or 5 hours down the line, where you're sitting there thinking, well, that hasn't done anything. It's the long waiting game. And as drivers hate that. Absolutely hate that, because drivers want instant results now.
They want to know where they're ranking. They want to just really get it.
Well, not just in being second, because that's first loser, but they want to be told all the time now, instant results. And it's one of the things that team managers have to do. One of their biggest parts of managing drivers is to get them to calm down and be a team player and be an employer of the team, not a driver. I know that sounds odd, but it's like, no, this is play the game, because it might be 40 minutes, it might be 40 laps, it might be 4 hours time. This will play to our advantage. But if you don't do this now, you messed up for the whole team.
And the other element, so many of these drivers have been racing in sports cars for a long time now. Started, almost all of them would have started in single seaters, the older ones, and
the ones in their 30s, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Crikey, wrinkles around the eyes, the whole lot. But one of the things is when you're the one in the team who drops the ball. Yesterday, that was Mirko Bortolotti, was outstanding in the opening part of his lap in top qualifying, and then didn't slow enough further around the lap for red flags.
Yes.
Went, you know, they had him banged to rights, and he said, I was just so focused, I really, you know, got it right. Mirko absolutely heart on his arm.
Exactly.
Qualified 5th, but he's now thrown to the back, and he's on a sort of walk, you know, they're looking at his license and all that, because as we've talked about before, they are so strict about people not observing the rules. So he was heartbroken professionally, but also for his teammates.
I also thought professionally, and credit to the character as well, that he took it on the chin and just went, entirely my fault, I was focused on that, I shouldn't have been, this is what I was doing. It's no way he condones it. And of course, the big thing here for the organisers and officials is it's putting other people into danger. That's the issue.
Yeah, and when you run an event on a circuit as gargantuan as the Nordschleife, you absolutely have to be confident that all of your marshals and people clearing up cars that have crashed, cars that have just pulled to the side, you know, can do so in safety. And bear in mind, there are very few points. You've got a long line of sight, unlike a regular racing circuit. So all those factors. Haro. Right, there's one crew in this race driven entirely by Austrian drivers. East Talent Racing team, Simon Reicher's team, but Max Hofer has just put that second fastest on the timesheets, albeit 2 3/4 seconds slower than that seemingly excellent lap from Dirk Muller that's put the number 63 HRT Ford Performance Mustang to the top of the charts. But that means there's a little bit of movement. It also means we've got manufacturer variety. At the moment we go Ford from Audi, from Mercedes, from Porsche. It's a pretty good mix at the top. Best Ferrari, by the way, is not too much further down. It's the Kondo racing car. Thomas Neubauer did the pole, did his lap yesterday. It's David Perel, the South African driver, who's got it about 8 on the time
on
shot.
the front row next to the grill,
Yes.
isn't it? Yes.
Yeah.
For the actual quote for the race. Yeah.
And having talked about Mirko Bortolotti, he's in the Red Bull Team-Abt Lamborghini on Motorpoint. He had it yesterday. It's now in the hands of Danny Juncadella. And it's when you look at some of these crews, you just look at the sheer quality of the drivers. And when you look at their career histories, I've got a file. It's so analog you wouldn't believe it. But when a driver wins a championship, that championship gets highlighted, and some drivers have an awful lot of more black ink on theirs than others. And lots have come second and third, but the likes of Bortolotti, the likes of Juncadella have won championship title after championship title, so you know they're pretty good. 7.5 minutes remain, and it does seem quite a few cars have managed to get 2 flying laps in.
Oh,
and I praise Danny Juncadella, and he goes to check out the conifers on the outside of the carousel.
That was very close.
Yeah, and he was being pushed around the circuit by the purple nose, pink and purple Get Speed Mercedes, car number 17. That's shared by Ralph Aron, Lucas Auer, another Austrian driver, Adam Christodoulou and Mikel Grenier. I think Grenier is on board. But that was right in behind. It's unusual to see, well, a driver like Danny Juncadella make a mistake, and he went super high. He got into the concrete inner line on the carousel, and so nearly. Then he goes up, sort of, the slope eases away, doesn't it? If you're not on that concrete inner banking, it's less steep. But he was right up to the white line, and behind the white line, about 4 centimetres, and then he got the barriers at the carousel. But somehow, I think by breathing in, he managed to miss them.
Well, I guess I need to probably explain for listeners of my exhaling. It was watching the replay footage of exactly that moment with Danny Juncadella going into the carousel, and I'm just watching a little bit further around now. It has a little bit of snap understeer. It turns into the carousel, as you rightly say, Bruce. He wants to hook the front of that Lamborghini into the concrete, and it just doesn't bite, and it pops out. And of course, it's cambered, and it's suddenly a whole different surface change. And next you know, he's heading with a lot of left-hand lock on towards the barriers. How he didn't connect with the barriers, I do not know. That was a very close escape. He's staying ahead of that purple Mercedes for the rest of this lap, but watching that car, I think the Mercedes has backed off a little bit to say, I'm just going to give you a little room in case you have your own moment. But the front end of that Lamborghini of Danny Juncadella, it's warm-up for both of us, cars and commentators. Just doesn't look like it's dialed in and wanting to go where Danny Juncadella wants to put it. A man that was quite unhappy at Le Mans last week when I interviewed him as well, wasn't he? About balanced performance and stuff.
He was quite brief in his reply, I feel. Curt, maybe.
Yes. To the point.
To the point. Under pressure. So, not too many minutes left. 5 minutes left in this 40-minute warm-up. It's running through till 12:40 local time, and race kick-off 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The weather is fine. It's very hot indeed, and an exquisite field of cars lining up. And ever the Nürburgring has a busy agenda. I do remember covering the sort of classic race in the morning last year, and we went down on one of the practice days to see them go out, possibly even for qualifying. I remember standing and about 50 cars came past. I went, impressive field, followed by another 50, and then probably about another 30 for good measure. So it's not only the main race that has so many cars entered into it. So just to reiterate, the official entry list was 136 cars for the ADAC RAVENOL 24H of Nürburgring for this year. The number 16 has been withdrawn. That's the Scherer Sport PHX Porsche. That was the one that Lawrence Fantour crashed last night. He's shaken up. The car is broken up and will not be participating. He decided not to enter a spare. And again, one of those things. And going into Schradenkreuz, looking at the replays, Lawrence ran a little bit wide, hit the curb on the right, and it just started to turn the car. He went on the grass verge along the right, and then it was spat across the circuit. It was, and he very nearly, well, it was airborne when it, well, you know, sometimes when you hit the tyre and then that sort of goes you up. But in fact, the tyres did exactly, well, it was tyres and barrier there on the outside of the corner. But the problem with that, one of the favourites scratched.
One of the problems with that kind of accident from the driver point of view, and hence the car is now pretty well destroyed, is that it hasn't scrubbed off any speed connecting things on the way to the point of the barriers. So it's gone in very hard. It's a massive retardation, which is why he's so shaken up about it. And he did say, I'm told, that it's possibly one of the biggest accidents of his career in terms of simple G-force and retardation. Not a good one. And who was the first person to go and check he was okay and spend some time with him in the medical centre? Kevin Estre.
Yeah, well, they've fought some battles together, haven't they, over the years? But, you know, the respect is absolutely palpable. And I think Lawrence said something about it wasn't good for him physically or sort of mentally, in terms of, you know, you don't want to lose your mojo. But also, he did say maybe it wasn't the finest moment for that regular podcast he does with brother Dries, will presumably give him no mercy. They've got history in that department. And
at this race.
In this self-same race, we will draw a veil over what we're not going to describe for you. But they are hyper competitive. And don't forget that Dries, the younger of the two Vantours, had to stand in the back of the garage for years while Laurent was racking up win after win. And he learnt, and then got stuck in, and just treats him like another driver. Away from the track, they're very entertaining, but when the helmets are on, you know, the gloves are off. Ford Mustang, number 65, in the pits at the moment. Dirk Muller is the driver who set the time. And it's out on track. It's Dennis Fetzer, one of the sister cars. There are 3 HRT Ford performance cars, but classic case, you look at a car, it's a bit like in the old days, if you were at a circuit, you put a stopwatch on a car, it would then never come round again and report to the pit. So I was about to say Dennis Fetzer is going to show us what he can do. We've still got 2 minutes until the checkered flag will end this 40-minute warm-up session. But he's doing what a host of other drivers are doing. They drive out from the pits, down around the part of the Grand Prix circuit they're using, and then dive the back entrance into the pits. They've obviously decided they don't need another 25 kilometres or so. So just a little systems check at the end of possibly an earlier run in this warm-up and bringing it home. But still, the track will probably have a good 100 cars out on it. So this session will continue after the checkered flag falls until the last of them is brought home. And then they'll be thinking what they want in terms of mustard on their ham for lunch. And we'll proceed. Of course, I don't know. What did you used to eat, Snowy, before you did a race like this? Was it a full lunch and
absolute
carafe of wine?
Absolute opposite. Very, very, very little, to be honest.
Was that a combination of nerves or just thinking I will eat little and occasionally as required?
Literally treat it as fuel rather than eating enough to keep you going. But personally, I think everybody's different. I personally didn't like. I didn't want to be full of food and whatever, just drive around, bounce around circuit in a car. Just not comfortable. So I'd rather be hungry, and literally I'm hungry then becomes mentally hungry as well, so you're more aggressive, theoretically. Insight to a driver's mentality there, as in quite mad. But there you go. Just quick note on those, that HRT Mustang, by the way, 2 points. It hasn't been bettered its time, it's got close to it. So the Morango in the Get Speed Mercedes has now done an 8:20, bear in mind Mustang was a 19.5. And Krones in the Rover Racing M4 has now gone third point to an 8:20.3. Utah Racing is 21, but it is just worth pointing out that Mustang is a Pro-Am entry as well, remember?
Yeah, Pro. And Utah Racing is also a pram entry, and that's Pierre Caffo, a former winner of this race, who just moved, well, he moved it up to 4th place. He's just been demoted because another Mustang has moved ahead of that. That's the number 64 entry, one of the 3 from the HRT Falcon Performance team. And Dennis Olsen slots that into 4th overall, 1.4 seconds down. So bear in mind, it's a hugely long circuit, so that is a competitive time from the Norwegian racer. Great to see the fans out around the circuit, lining the barriers. Of course, they built these phenomenal structures, and get to watch the racing all day long, all night long, and then we'll see how their endurance goes through. But just going back to Dennis Olsen, I feel he's a driver who needs more accolades than he sometimes gets. Bearing in mind, this is a round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. He was the champion, IGTC champion, and the Bathurst 12-hour winner, actually, back in 2019. Driving for Porsche in those days, Earl Bamber Motorsport, but you know, since then he's nailed his colours to the Ford mast, and I think deserves a really good run. But session very nearly over, but of course the cars still have to bring it home around this enormously long circuit. So what have we learnt from this warm-up session? We've learnt that the car that's qualified 4th on the grid, the number 33 Falcon Motorsport car, the Porsche, pulled off at the side of the circuit for reasons unknown. But let's hope for all concerned, and bear in mind Falcon Motorsports are running 2 Porsches, the 33, the one that's pulled off, and the 44. Let's hope it's something, the car gets back soon and can be fixed. Tim Heinemann was 10th fastest in the warm-up this morning in the sister Falcon Motorsport car, so that's there or thereabouts, Snowy. That's sort of where you need to be, running cleanly. And let's hope for the Falcon Motorsport crew. And they are such favourites here because they've supported all the long-distance races for more than a decade now, sometimes with 2 different brands of cars to keep the mechanics on the toes. But, you know, they are a popular team with their 2 shades of sort of turquoise and greeny blue livery. And I do quite like a livery that lasts for years and have consistency of sponsorship, because they do become part of the furniture, and you do really appreciate them when you realise how much money, you know, for example, that tyre manufacturer has put into this circuit, which they adore for all the obvious reasons.
Well, it's the age-old thing, isn't it, of testing the product ready for going out to commercially to selling on, you know, win on Sunday, sell on Monday. Exactly, it all filters down. Point to make here is this race, the N24, is not part of the NLS, but it kind of is. And it isn't officially, but emotionally it is to everybody, because we know all the teams come and do it beforehand. We've only got to see that in the tail off on the next round, which happens to be NLS Light, which is a very clever way of doing it, so no GT3 cars. But when normally, a normal season, the first NLS round post N24 sees a significantly smaller amount of entries. So that tells us they all come and compete in this in the first place. What brand has won every race so far in NLS this year? A Porsche. 3 different teams, but it's been a Porsche. Is it time to break that in the big one?
Well, we will find out. Lamborghini's still in the running.
Tune in tomorrow at 5 to 4 to find out.
Yeah, I hope you tune in rather sooner than that. We've got a crack set of crews ready to commentate through the 24 hours. I hope they're ready. Loins girded. Cars still going around the circuit, including Danny Junkerdare, who, about 5 or 6 minutes ago, made both of us have a little intake of breath because he got it slightly wrong in that number 27 Red Bull team at Lamborghini at the corner. Slightly fearsome, slightly famous. Carousel very nearly hit the barriers. Anyhow, he now sees the checkered flag and will exhale. Will come the short way back round into the pit lane, so he'll drive around the bit of the Grand Prix circuit that they use, and then tuck it away. But car clearly running very nicely. Yeah, just so nicely, just goes the fastest to the very top. So he went top by 3 seconds, an 8:16 lap. That was better than quite a few of the crews managed in qualifying.
He's got that front end dialed in now, hasn't he?
He certainly has. What do you need to fix that? Yeah, fine. So here we go. Let's just run down the manufacturers at the top. Lamborghini with that last moment run from Danny Junkerdare, car number 27, then Ford, then Mercedes, then BMW, then Ford again, Audi, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes. What a spread of manufacturers. But Danny Junkerdare, one little slip up, but it didn't lead to any damage, and then he atoned. But absolutely excellent Spanish racer. Must be looking forward to this big time, and it'd be really quite something if a Lamborghini could win this race. Over the years, we've seen loads of speed from Lamborghinis in the long distance races at Nürburgring in the 24 hours, but we haven't seen a win at the top level. Could it be there? Yeah. Well, we'll have to wait and find out. But at the moment, It's looking quite strong for Porsche, but that's in terms of qualifying pace. But then sometimes if you have enough weight of numbers, it will give you an opportunity to at least take a tilt. You do have to stay in it to win it. Last year, of course, weather was a massive factor. When I say weather, I mean fog, thick fog, and it meant we couldn't necessarily get the safety rescue vehicles to be able to evacuate anyone who was injured in the night. So it was decided eventually, when it just wouldn't shift from the high points of the circuit like Herach and around the pits, that the end was brought early, but only 50 racing laps. Remember last year in the night, there was an update they'd give an update and say next update at
2 hours time.
2 hours time. So on and so forth.
Which unfortunately is absolutely the best that the officials can do, and that they cannot be anything other than complimented for trying to deal with it at the time. They've only got in front of them exactly what everybody else has. But you're hoping that in that, say, 2 hour window or the next hour, it will change and it will literally blow through. But unfortunately, what that means is it's all very well sitting looking at the outside going, well, it never happened. You don't know that at every 2 hours. But unfortunately, all the officials, all the teams, all the competitors, us included, you can't stand down because you're like, oh, we're back on 2 hours. Okay, right, so we're ready to go. So we're all primed and it's another bulletin at a set time, and we're going to look at it again in another hour's time. Okay, and it must be so frustrating for teams as well as to what do we do? Do we, it change? And of course, from a strategy point of view, when you've got, let's say, 10 hours to go, 10, 12 hours of the race to go, and it stopped, for argument's sake, and we'll have a reconvene of a bulletin in 2 hours. That becomes 8, becomes 6, becomes 4, and it's like, well, hang on, your strategy and your fuel and stuff is so very different. So they're constantly readjusting. And I think we did actually didn't we, a few laps behind the safety car last year?
Yeah, no, they came out and I think they tried...
They did about 2 hours, I think.
5 laps, 6 laps, something like that. But of course, running at really abated pace. Yeah. Right, things are still changing because, of course, when the checkered flag drops here, there are still so many cars around the circuit and it takes a long time to come through. And Jesse Crone has just moved up into second place overall in the number 98 Rover Racing BMW. So at the moment, it's Danny Juncadella top for Red Bull Team Abt in his Lamborghini, down to third place now for Dirk Muller, who for so long sat at the top of the table in his Ford Mustang. And they've all been demoted, but not all. Juncadella's still top, but Maro Engel, I just noticed he suddenly put some quick late lap sectors in, just under a second down from Danny Juncadella. So Maro Engel makes Mercedes smile. He's driving the number 14 entry, and he's definitely one I think I'd look for in this race. He's showing with Maxime Martin, Fabian Schiller and Lucas Stoltz, rock solid for get speed and second fastest here and now. But again, top 5 positions, 5 different manufacturers, and that is just in the top class of the race. And of course, SP9 is also split into Pro-Am class and a smattering of AMs, and then we have all the other classes in this most extraordinary race. But I think for the bulk of them, it was a useful activity to get out of the way, the warm-up, and they might have learnt a little bit, but for some crews, particularly if they haven't been running their cars very much, it's an opportunity just to get the mileage in. But for others, they're racing them all around the world and they know them quite well. But of course, you've got the vagaries, the different tyres. A lot of the crews coming to this event, are using a different tyre manufacturer to the one they use in their regular championship season. But job done for Danny Juncadella, so Lamborghini top of the table. And I think the last few cars are just beginning to run in. And by the way, just looking down the charts, the best car not in the SP9 class is 17th overall, best in terms of speed, car number 94, Sante Royal Racing. It's, of course, all Porsche Cup cars in that class, 911 Cup class cars. So good job for them. But just to give you a measure on how far they are away from the ultimate pace, that's nearly 23 seconds down on this long lap from the fastest car. Of course, you wouldn't expect them to have the same pace around the entirety of a lap as an SP9 GT3 car, but for Luca Rettenbacher, job well done, and he'll have some bragging rights there. So last few moments as the drivers come in. For a lot of them that weren't taking part, they'll have had a sort of beady eye on the screen in the pit garage and probably quite glad in some cases not to be getting their race suit on just yet. There'll be plenty of suit time for them later in the race. But conditions at the circuit looking very fine indeed. The array of cars remarkably colourful. The liveries get more and more flamboyant every year for this great race, but just the sheer depth of the number of global superstar drivers, it grows and it grows. I
think just going back to your livery comment, is that I think part of that is the advent of technology that things are now vinyl wraps. So you can design something on a computer, and this is how I want it to look, and then create it and create a wrap and put it on, whereas it used to be artistic and paint and stuff, and now of course that's thick, and as in it's quite thick paint, you don't want it runs and stuff, so they just wrap things now, have done for donkey's years, but they can be so much more expressive with the designs.
Well, I tell you what, if ever you can see a Japanese racing livery, they are super flamboyant. And Andrew Harrianto, who also races under the name of Andre Canard in the Far East, his cars are always covered with duck logos, hundreds of them, so thank goodness they're not being hand painted. But a clean session there, I would say, but just fingers crossed for Falco Motorsport they can get their number 33 Porsche back to the pits, and whatever has gone wrong that left them stuck at the side of the circuit, hopefully it's something that's fixable. So for Sven Muller, he was immediately on the radio telling them, right, pull to the side of the circuit, cars out of harm's way, and hopefully reporting something that will give them a bit of a guide so they can get around to working out how to fix it. But at the Nürburgring, it is the calm before the storm, and I'm just talking about the start of the race. We're going to have more than 130 cars powering away. Not all together, they'll start in their various performance groups in clusters. So effectively, you're down at the first corner. You get 3 race starts to enjoy. It's coming up.
When
4 o'clock.
When one is not enough. There is 3.
Entirely so, but it does, stretch the field out. But it means they all get their equivalent of starting on the front row of the grid if they're at the front of the individual groups, and their groups according to their sort of performance potential. But the SP9 class cars, that's the ones that race globally as GT3. They, of course, are at the front grid. They'll be kicking off. But there were a few problems after qualifying, and a couple of cars were ride height infringements, including the 65 Ford Mustang and also the number 35 Walkenhorst Aston Martin. That's got Christian Cronjes in. But for now, that is that. Do come back and join us at 14:30 local time for the countdown to the Nürburgring 24 hours.